Installation. Let's play. Game over.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Fade out with the music. What's up, y'all? Hello, everyone. Sorry for being a few minutes late today. I noticed, like, right as I was gonna get started, I had broken my stream the other day because I was like fixing stuff within the stream studio. And how's my camera looking? My table's kind of messy back there. Yeah, I was fixing stuff. And so when I opened my stream studio, I used Meld. And when I opened Meld, it was like all broken. So I had to fix it. All the backgrounds and stuff weren't loading correctly and stuff like that. But we're here now. Say hi in the chat for me if you're here watching live. I got my thinking cap on today because we're going to be going over some cool stuff. I want to teach. I want to get into teaching mode. What's up, Boza? Welcome. Let's see. I want to do, yeah. There we go. Hey, welcome. How's it going? If anybody else is here right now, just say hi. We're going to be hanging out for a little while. How's the sound? Can you hear me okay? What's up, Jay-Z? Glad to have you. Good to have y'all. Does it sound okay? I'm trying to speak a little lower so I don't like wear out my voice, but I want to make sure you can hear me okay. Just not project as much, you know? Then the neighbors don't have to hear me scream through the walls too. Even though here in the country I'm in right now, the walls are all concrete, which is way different. Sounds good? Okay, thank you. Way different. Like I grew up in LA, you know? Most of our buildings over there are wood, because that's the best in earthquakes. We have so many earthquakes over there. Well, so many. We had quite a few growing up. So our buildings are like all made of wood and the walls are just flimsy. You could hear anything through those walls, you know? I'm glad it sounds good. But here, somewhere where you live, if you live in somewhere that has like primarily concrete walls, it's crazy different. I've been in concrete buildings, like concrete apartments before in Finland. My friend that I stayed at my friend's place. That apartment building was all concrete and you couldn't hear anything. You heard nothing from neighbors ever. I was like, does anybody even live here? Like, what is happening? It was so different. And here's very similar. And like the concrete walls are they're not even that thick here, but it just blocks all the sound. Like if somebody's speaking upstairs, I don't hear it from right above me, which is totally different from growing up, you know? Instead, I hear it from out their window and then bouncing into my window or like the front door, right? If their front door is open or something. Anyway, it's a silly thing to notice, but just some things I noticed as an American growing up in LA, living other places finally. So what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. It's been a little while. I kind of warned everybody that this is probably how it was going to go for now, because I'm still not totally used to like content creation, having a content creation schedule. You know what I mean? So it's been a long time since I've done this sort of stuff regularly, quite a few years. And now I'm doing it full time again, which is awesome. Like we're going to talk about today, I've been able to pump out new stuff, specifically over the past couple of weeks that like I've been wanting to pump out for years. So it's ideas I've had for a long time that are finally coming around. And I hope that the stuff I'm pumping out now becomes very useful for people just as a tool, you know, as tools, but also for research. We'll talk about some of that as we go, you know. But you say LOL. Yeah, it's a funny thing to notice. It's like, I don't know, man. I grew up in America my entire life. I barely traveled really at all. I've been to New Zealand, I've been to Mexico, right? Those are like short trips though. So I've never lived anywhere else. Shorter term, but longer, not like a week, right? So this is my first time doing that. It's just like Americans, we're all so much in bubbles. We're in this cultural bubble, I feel like. As demonstrated by our general knowledge of geography. So yeah, that's why I stopped doing corporate. I asked myself, what would I want to do, you know? If I didn't have to do corporate, what would I want to do? What would I choose to do with my life, with my time? And it was travel and work on my stuff again. Is that chat window even showing up right? It looks kind of funny. How did I fix that? Maybe go like this. Let's see. That's a little bit better. So you could see like the live comments, you know. I think. Yeah, there we go. Well, let's jump in. I'm not sure how many people we have on today. If you're just jumping in, say hi, so I know you're here, so we can chat. I'm really pumped to talk about this today. Like I said, been working on stuff really hard the last couple weeks. And I feel like the things I've been able to complete could be quite important to not only my programs, research, everything that I'm trying to spearhead here, but also potentially useful for other teams, other research as well. So yeah, let's dig in. I'm excited to go. What's up, Pete? Welcome to the stream. Let's dig in. I'm stoked. This is like, when I was pumping these things out, these new tools, it was something I was just so excited every step of the way. So I'm excited to show you guys. So what I figure we'll do is we'll talk first about what's currently the main model of testing for aphantasia. That's going to be the main topic today, right? The idea of how do we test for aphantasia? How do we diagnose this thing? And sort of the methodologies around that and the methods that we are using to do that. See the chat on our own machines. Oh yeah, I forgot. YouTube shows the chat live on the side. So I don't really, I guess it's kind of redundant to show it on the screen too, at least live, but those watching after, they can watch it. But YouTube also does like the live chat replay. Maybe I'll just do that. This is more like a Twitch thing. I don't know. It might be redundant. I think it looks kind of cool though, I guess. So how do we test for aphantasia, you know? I'm curious too, before we start talking about it, like, where's everybody at? What do you guys think you experience? What do you believe that you're experiencing? Aphantasia, hypophantasia, hyperphantasia, prophantasia, lack of any of those, total phantasia, which is lack of all mental sense, not just visual. Where do you believe you're at? Just curious. Off the top of your head. I believe I am I used to be more like a common phantasia as my standard experience. Common phantasia, yeah. And then years ago, like, I got addicted to meditation and developed myself more into a hyperphantasia mode most of the time. I would say most of the time. Not all the time. but it depends on what I think about in the scenes, and I can easily be a hyperphantagic, like especially if I think of something familiar, like a place or a person, something like that. Trying to cure your aphantasia? Nice, Glenn. You can do it. You can do it. I'm trying to get more used to the word cure because that's what people use when they talk about this whole topic of making progress on aphantasia. But I don't even think, full disclosure, I don't even think aphantasia necessarily has what we could call a cure yet. I guess you could say that you potentially could cure it for yourself within a process, but like in terms of a cure, I don't think we have that yet. Meaning like a pill or something you would plug onto your head or something, you know? But it does seem kind of like an instrument where you can learn how to adjust the experience of it for sure. At least for most people, we couldn't say that. I couldn't say that like as a generality yet, that people with aphantasia can develop mind's eye. I can't say that yet. I'm not comfortable saying that. We don't have the data to support that yet. Feel like you're close? You can dream and daydream. Nice. I hope today then is valuable for you, Glenn. Also another good video that I recapped, one of my lives, is like when I simulated different types of phantasia and then prophantasia. That one would be really, really useful to watch if you haven't checked it out yet. I have a 20-minute recap of that one on my channel. Brain frequency, yeah. Brainwave states, I think, do have a lot to do with it. Aphantasia, aphant, but occasionally visualize some things sketchily when you relax. Nice. Okay, cool. KV, flashes of prophantasia if you're really relaxed. Nice. Can't control what you see. So that would be like hypnagogic imagery, right? Where it's just random flashing in front of you. Ooh, you guys are going to like this. I have a feeling. I'm excited. Cool. 0 to 5% for prophantasia, then strangely enough, close to becoming hyperphantasia. Okay, crawling out of phantasia. This is all because of practice I tested out. Of a practice. So you feel like you were becoming more hyperphantagic, but then due to some practice you started, you developed yourself out of hyperphantasia and into phantasia or aphantasia. Is that what you mean? That would be interesting. I know aphantasia can be acquired through from traumatic experiences. We've seen that in some studies. Not my work, but others. And then I guess like if you can train your brain to overcome aphantasia, you could probably train your brain to experience aphantasia on the regular too, for somebody that doesn't want to visualize for whatever reason. That's an interesting thought, right? All right. Pete, you dream vivid visual? Yeah. Visuals on LSD as a teenager, but nothing controlled, nothing when awake. Got it. Yeah, that would be quintessential aphantasia if you're thinking in words most of the time and not able to control when you do visualize. Oh, the practice made you grow. Oh, got it. So you like regressed. Yeah, I've heard of that happening. It does seem, even the people I've worked with, it does seem like if somebody doesn't keep up the practice and awareness of what starts to open up, you can lose progress. But I found with people too, like it's almost like once the window in the mind opens, it's easier to reopen it. And it shouldn't take as much effort. That's just what I've seen anyway. Don't quote me on it yet. Describing an object supposedly helps. There are people that say they have improved greatly with visualization techniques. Yeah. Yep. With my program too, you know, I released all my exercises and main concepts free now. It's all open source. I have more to write. I have more open source guides that I want to write soon, actually. I feel like it's time to do them. So all my stuff's open source, but then I have paid programs, of course, like my e-course and my one-on-one stuff. And yeah, people seem to be able to make progress. So I feel like framing is very, very important. Anyway, that's a good segue actually, because how you frame the mind's eye and how you frame aphantasia in your current experience has a lot to do with what you can open up. And I'm hoping the tools that I've been working on will give people better ability to frame correctly what they experience or what's opened up for them or whatever, right? So let's go for it. Thanks, Glenn. Yeah, good to have you. Okay, so first, some announcements here. I want to announce a few things, and I'll kind of just touch on these things, and then we'll really dig into the actual new tools. So, new questionnaires. I've been working hard on my website, getting all this stuff ready so that it's, ready for the public and ready to capture data too. So everybody should know, I'm assuming everybody has heard of the VVIQ. That's one of the new questionnaires on my website. I had Google Forms and stuff for this over the years, but it was just such a bad manner it wasn't a good method of capturing data. Not easily sorted, not easily alerted when I would get something new. And then, yeah, it was just a headache. So I developed the VVIQ onto my website. It's live on my website now. I'll show it to you once we get to that part. But that's been around for a long time. I think that was created in 1973 by David Marks. I know the researcher was David Marks. So I'm using the VVIQ 1, not the VVIQ 2. VVIQ 1 is shorter. It's the more, it's the gold standard. We'll talk about it some more. But okay, VVIQ 1 is live on my website. VMSQ, this is a new questionnaire I developed. And that stands for Vividness of Mental Senses Questionnaire. This is, I developed this to try to address some of the issues or some of the pitfalls that the VVIQ could present, because that VVIQ system is pretty old now, right? It's almost 50 years old or just over. That's crazy to think about. 50 years old. So my VMSQ, I'm really excited to debut that. Third tool on my website, the VIST, Visual Imagery Spectrum Tool. This one I was super stoked to finalize. It felt kind of surreal that I was doing it. So what this is a ChatGPT interview model. Unfortunately, the only bummer about it is it does require a free ChatGPT account, but at least you could use it if you have the free account. You can sign up with email, right? Fourth tool, and I just finished this 2 days ago. The PIQ, Projected Imagery Questionnaire. All right. So what I want to do today, we'll be discussing each of these and then pitfalls of each, what I'm hoping the new ones address, and even some of the pitfalls of the new ones too, because they're not perfect, of course, and give a demo of each one. So we'll be hanging out for a while. We'll get to that. Announcement number 2, new research study coming soon from my firm. So what I want to do is I'm going to put these questionnaires into a test battery of sorts, and have people go through a guided system to take these questionnaires in a certain order. I have a bunch of hypotheses that I'm working on, and I know that test battery in a certain order will potentially yield some very interesting results. Okay, so if you're interested in participating in something like that, these questionnaires are not very long. Like some studies, you have to have hours and hours to participate in something. It wouldn't be that. This will be a pretty quick study. And all types of thinkers would be valuable to participate. Whether you're an aphant, whether you're a hyperphant, whether you have prophantasia, lack prophantasia, whatever area you're on, whatever you experience, if you want to participate in something like that hopefully will give us a much better idea of how different types of people are thinking, please make sure you're either on my newsletter or in my Discord. I might do a YouTube announcement too, like a short video. I don't know. I don't like creating YouTube content. Like I like doing lives. So I'm not sure. This might be the announcement right here, you know? We'll see. But I know for sure I'll announce it through my Discord channel and then my YouTube or my newsletter. So, yep. That's announcement number 2. Announcement number 3, last thing, before we'll talk about the questionnaires. My one-on-one program, I've just recently like totally revamped. Full disclosure, it's not the cheapest thing because it is my one-on-one time, obviously, and I charge for that. But if you've ever been curious about one-on-one work with somebody that has coached, I've coached over 100 people at this point with all this stuff, you can check out that program. If it's outside of your ballpark, that's totally fine. No pressure. I do have an e-course for much, much, much cheaper that people have enjoyed, but that's more geared for like aphantasia going to common phantasia, not, or getting breakthroughs rather, not like if you're already a hypophan or you're already a common, then it wouldn't be the best course in my opinion for that. And then of course my free stuff is on my website. So one-on-one program is massively changing. I would always do like packages with people before. So I'd work with somebody for a period of time. And then after we were done, it was just like, bye, you know, but now I'm opening it up to where people can continue to work with me on an ongoing basis if they desire. My hope is like to not be such a clear ending point and then to walk with people for however long they want to glean whatever skill they desire from me that I can teach, right? So ideally in a year, I'll have a couple people that I've worked with for 6 months to a year that we really saw some progress and we really established a new norm for them. That's the hope with redesigning my mentorship. Okay. And the more mentees that jump in there, the more stuff I'll be able to pump out because it'll just help refine everything too. Okay. Those are the announcements. We'll come back to some of that. Will we? No, we won't. That's it. That's it for announcements. Okay. So let me go ahead and jump in to the actual topic. Finally, here we go. I'm going to turn the chat off here just because it's time for me to lock in a little bit. So, testing aphantasia. Testing for aphantasia and other mental skills, you know? Let's talk about this. It's a notoriously challenging thing to do. It's been a thorn in my side, honestly, for years. The main issue with testing for something like aphantasia is that it's a completely subjective process. Most of what we have, right? Most of what we have access to, easy access to anyway. It's a completely subjective topic. So how to actually know that one has aphantasia and how would we even use some sort of easily accessible diagnosis tool or something like that? It's been really challenging. It's been really challenging. And to give you an idea just how challenging, there's been people I've worked with in the past that jumped into my one-on-one program, and it wasn't until hours into the process of working with them that we both realized that they weren't aphantasic, right? Like, I remember that happening with quite a few people. And I even would try to make sure that they were aphantasic by talking to them, or right? So I'm like, okay, let's dig in. Let's get to the bottom of this. What are you experiencing? How are you experiencing it? We've done all that. I'd redefine the mind's eye many times, right? And then all of a sudden on session 5 or 6 or something, it hits and they go, oh my gosh, like see it in the mind? Well, I do that. I do that all the time. And I'm like, oh God, goodness. So we're just now realizing that. It's wild. It's wild. And the reason why I think that is because one, there's a couple of reasons. Like I said, it's a completely subjective topic. So our own interpretation is the only thing between us and actually realizing or not realizing, but it's the only thing between us and classifying ourselves correctly, our own interpretation of our thought. It's the ultimate sounding box, right? Because you're the one thinking, and we're the ones also needing to interpret how we're thinking. It's super tricky. And there was another thing, but I don't remember what I was just going to say. So my work over the years with working with people one-on-one and in the e-course and stuff, one of the big pitfalls of my work has been accurately measuring progress of people, right? Outside of like getting to the end of the program and they're like, yeah, this happened, and this happened. Even if they're saying this happened and this happened, it's still subjective. So that's kind of a bummer. And to be honest, my like recording methods of how my students have made progress has not been the best. I've left a lot to be desired in how I record people's progress in the programs that I run, which is something I'm actually addressing with these questionnaires too, because it's just an automated process now, which is awesome. Yeah. Like I have notes and I have the session recordings of everybody I've ever worked with. And I have a spreadsheet of who made progress and who didn't, but that's, leaves a lot to be desired. So now with these new tools live on my website, it'll answer a lot of that. Yeah, but let me back up because we're talking about making progress. How do we even know that they fully experience aphantasia to begin with? Hang on, I dropped I'm gonna make a fiddler. I dropped my fiddle object. Random keychain. When I'm talking or teaching or something, I always got something in my hands. Okay, so how are the ways right now that we measure for aphantasia? Let's talk about this real quick. There's a few different ways. Let's talk about first the objective methods. These ones are not subjective, right? The interpretation of the thought could still be subjective in the person we're measuring, but in terms of a measure, this is not a subjective thing. One is fMRI, right? Functional magnetic resonance imaging or whatever. That is a measure of metabolic activity in the brain. So you can see blood flow patterns through fMRI. So in an aphantasiac's brain, what they saw way back in 2010 with the first case, that patient MX guy, was that his brain was activating over here on the left side, which from what we understand has to do partly with like linguistic recall, as opposed to back here when you would try to imagine something in the visual cortex like most people. We can see that through fMRI, right? Next, EEG. EEG, it's like those diodes. You've probably seen them on magazines and stuff, pictures, science pictures. This cap that has diodes all over the head. So EEGs, those caps and the diodes, they measure bioelectricity in certain spots in the brain. It's not as accurate as an fMRI because it's like kind of like a shotgun effect. You're just measuring a wide area that's right underneath that diode, but you can still kind of get an idea of what regions of the brain are being activated. So EEG potentially, because you could tell, right, that the visual cortex is being activated back there. What's the third one? Pupil dilation. Come to find out, just like if you imagine a pizza, you might start getting watering in your mouth. Same thing happens with the eyes and the pupils, where if you imagine looking into the sun, your actual physical pupil will dilate or contract because it's focusing on the imaginary light, right, of the imagined sun. Then the fourth one that I know of anyway, binocular rivalry testing. So this one's a little complicated to describe, but your eyes each see one image, right? That's why when you cover one eye, it looks two-dimensional because it's not putting the two images from your two eyes together. The 3D that we see with our eyes is an illusion. It's your brain is putting the two images together. So what happens when you block one eye, or let's say you see red colors out of this eye through a pair of glasses or like a dividing wall or something? And then over here, you see blue, okay? What'll happen is there's an effect where if people can visualize and they think of the blue circle first before something flashes on the screen, over here, the blue circle flashes, over here, the red circle flashes. And if you think of the blue circle first, you're more likely to see physically the blue circle. Dr. Joel Pearson and his team in University of South Wales first developed this. I believe they were the first ones. They were the first ones I heard talking about it. And then a bunch of groups tried it, but there was all this noise in the data. They couldn't get it to work, but one group did get it to work. His name is Dr. Merlin Monzel. I forget where he's based out of, but he's a really cool guy too. So binocular rivalry is the last one that I know of. Now, the issue with these objective measurements, it should be kind of obvious, even just talking about them, is they're costly. They're mega costly. Some of them. fMRIs, very costly. High density EEG devices, those are costly, right? Getting people into a lab, that can be costly. Having a lab in the first place can be costly. I want to do it one day, which is why I need to keep developing programs, but I'm not there yet to have my own lab. It takes a huge amount of resource, physical space. fMRIs are giant magnetic machines. You know, they're very dangerous. You have to have techs and lab techs to work the stuff. You have to have software techs that know how to interpret the data and run the stuff. So it's very costly to do these. Pupil dilation, you got to have an eye camera and software to be able to dissect the data and record the data from your pupil dilating and things like this. Same thing with binocular rivalry. Having a setup is costly. It's challenging. So that being said, there's also tons of variables to control for with these sorts of objective measurements. It's not easy at all. Something that I've desired since I started doing this in 2018 was a fairly objective, I'll say close to objective, means to have somebody means to be able to diagnose from home, right? Now, what I'm going to talk about today isn't the perfect objective measurement. We'll talk about why, but I think it'll be a lot closer than what we've been doing so far. So let's talk about the subjective measurements yet, because unless somebody's going to donate $500,000 so I can buy an fMRI and get a freaking lab set up, I can't do fMRIs yet, right? Subjective measurements, VVIQ. This has been the gold standard for a long time, and we'll talk about it more in just a minute. There are other questionnaires too. We'll take a look at some actually online here once we're at the demo spot. But so the VVIQ and other types of subjective questionnaires like that, including mine, these are ways that we can kind of get an idea of where somebody might, what type of visual imagination somebody might be experiencing. Now, the issue with these subjective questionnaires, it relies solely on the assumption, right, that the participant understands the different types of mental imagery. And that person taking the questionnaire can accurately classify their own experience through metacognition, which is trickier than it sounds, right? Especially when our own biases get involved. Like, yeah, that's a big conversation about our own biases. We might get into that as we go. But those are the issues with the subjective measurements. It's like, let's just say, for example, you take 100 people, right? And let's say 50 of them, from their current understanding, believe that they have aphantasia, right? But let's say 40 of those 50 have a mind's eye, but what they're expecting is projected imagery with the eyes, prophantasia, right? This is why a huge amount of my work and what I often talk about is dedicated to exactly this. Let's say 40 of those 50 people actually have mind's eye, but they're lacking prophantasia. It's just in the interpretation that they're expecting mind's eye to be something that it might not be. you'll have those 100 people take the test and you'll get 50% of the people saying that they experience aphantasia. But if you were to hook them up to an fMRI, that may not be the case. You'd actually find out that 40 of the 50 were using the occipital lobe back here, the visual cortex, because they always had a mind's eye, but they were just lacking prophantasia, right? So huge amount of my work has been dedicated towards clarifying these things and these different types of visualization because it's really, really important. The classic question, right? But when my friend visualizes an apple, he says he sees it. Does he actually see the apple, right? If it's prophantasia, yes. Ooh, that's another hope. I'll talk about this maybe later a bit more, but that's another hope for my questionnaires right now, is I hope to get a better idea of how common prophantasia actually is. Yeah, because we don't know. From what we could tell from our 2021 study with Dr. Reeder, it seemed pretty rare, but there really hasn't been much research on that at all yet. Exciting. Okay. So we got objective, we got the subjective methods, VVIQ being the king. My favorite method of telling if somebody has aphantasia or not, interviews, the actual conversation of it. So discussing it with somebody. That way, it gives me the opportunity to really dig in, understand, clear confusion where necessary, answer their questions, right? And honestly, it really is, it has been and is, in my opinion, the best way to determine outside of an fMRI machine. But even then, it might even be better than an fMRI machine because you can actually dig in with somebody, not just seeing what regions of the brain are being activated, but actually dig into their conscious experience. Yeah, it's been invaluable for me to talk with people, actually discuss, right? When Dr. Reeder and I did our study, we had some other collaborators on that too. It wasn't just her and I, but we were the ones to start it and complete the test battery and stuff. When her and I did that study, we implemented an interview process into the study where they would either they would be randomly shuffled and they would either talk with Dr. Reeder or me. And we had like a list, a standardized list of things to ask and to clarify with people, right? And that was just so invaluable because a lot of the people that were recruited from the study who initially had reported that they experienced aphantasia didn't. They were better classified as a hypo or some as a common phantasic. So it's really important. It's really important. Now, what's the issue with the interview process? It's kind of obvious, I feel like, but it's time. It's not very scalable, right? An interview process, you have to have people that, first of all, you have to have a standardized methodology to the questions, which in and of itself leaves room for error because some people wouldn't respond the same way to some questions as others. Then you also have to have individuals who are very familiar with the topics and who can navigate things accordingly. And then time. It's like getting people on a 20-minute interview isn't practical if you're going to have 100, 1,000 people in a large-scale study. So those have been the main issues. Now, my goal with the new tools, I have multiple goals, but my goal with the new tools that we're going to be talking about, well, ultimately, I hope to have like a binocular rivalry set up that I can mail to somebody or something and have them do a more objective measure from home. Until then, because that's going to take a lot of legwork actually for that to even get close to being something that could happen. Until then, in the meantime, my goal is to dial in the subjective measurements that we have access to as tight as possible so that we can have a firm grasp on what one experiences from home. That's my hope and goal here. I want that for the individual because how valuable would it be for somebody from home to be able to better tell if they do experience aphantasia, especially when people are first finding out about it? It'd be super valuable, and also from a research standpoint within my programs. It's like I'd be able to better tell who's entering my program, what their aim should be, what my aim as the coach should be, and then how to measure their progress. And then we'd be able to finally more better demonstrate that people are making progress. But since that's largely been left up to the VVIQ, it's like there's a lot left to be desired. So, and feel free, guys, feel free to comment, share, whatever. I know I'm in teaching mode, but if anybody has any comments, just shoot them in there. Drink time. Nothing like some vodka on a live stream. Just kidding. Okay. So let's talk first about the VVIQ. What's been good about it? What's been, lacking from it? Let me make sure too. I want to pull up David Mark's website. I think it was, I want to say it accurately. I think it was the, I think it was, yeah, 1973. I was right. Yep. So developed by David Marks in 1973, man. This guy was ahead of his time. You know, the only other person to do a visualization study that I'm aware of was Francis Galton in the late 1800s. And David Marks was really spearheading something at the time in 1973 when he came out with this quiz, this questionnaire. So this has been the gold standard of measuring mind's eye vividness for years, for the best part of 10 years, even before that, obviously. But now, you know, especially now since aphantasia has been gaining a lot of traction since 2015, 2010 is when they first worked with David, patient MX. And it's a good thing we've had this, you know. It's a good thing we've had this. At least it's been something to use. However, there are some pretty glaring pitfalls within something like the VVIQ that, in my opinion, leave a lot to be desired. And it's been something that I actually haven't been fully comfortable like basing my work off of, because I don't feel like it presents things very well. We know a lot more about this topic than David did back in 1973, obviously, right? Learned about aphantasia, all these different classifications. There's a lot that should be factored in now that the original questionnaire, even though it's used all the time and I got it on my website, just doesn't have, right? So here are a couple of the issues. Let's just kind of breeze over them. It doesn't specify mind's eye versus projected imagery, right? Very important, because if somebody has a mind's eye but is expecting projected imagery, they'll still answer it as if they don't have a mind's eye. So they would be all ones as opposed to, you know, whatever their mind's eye actually is. Doesn't give a rating for aphantasic experience. I wrote that down. I don't actually think that's correct. I meant to check that out. I was just busy fixing my stream. What I meant was like the rating scale in there isn't super clear in terms of if somebody experiences aphantasia, right? Because aphantasia wasn't even named when it was developed, when the VVIQ was developed. I don't know what my note here means, actually. What they're looking for. I have no idea what I meant by that. Move on to the next one. It also presents the scenarios of what to visualize in kind of a little bit of a clunky way. And when we go through the demo here, I think you'll see what I mean. I find that the way it presents the different scenarios is not very conducive to visualization, right? You're curious about mind's eye versus projected? We'll go over some of that here today. Glenn, glad you asked. It's a huge thing I talk about constantly because it's so important, right? So yeah, now part of the issue with the VVIQ being the standard for so long is it is very subjective like that. And from what I can tell, like I said, it doesn't do the best job at presenting the scenarios in a way that's conducive to generating mental imagery. So somebody that's naturally higher on the spectrum, we actually might see their data from the VVIQ potentially being lower than it actually is. And especially if somebody believes they have aphantasia, but they don't fully, then they'll answer the VVIQ from an aphantasic standpoint, but what they're actually lacking is projected imagery. And now that the unfortunate part about that is now you have contaminated data, right? And you have a classification of a participant that's aphantasic in your classification, but that actually might not be. Bummer, right? So let's do a little quick demo of the VVIQ. Let's do. Oh, my chat window is broken. Hang on. I'll fix it. There we go. Okay. And Glenn, I'm going to keep rolling, but the topic of the mind's eye versus projected imagery is really, really important. Extremely important. I have a lot of resources around that. My Aphantasia series on my YouTube channel here, I did that a couple years back, but it's really good. It's a little boring, but it's got good info in there. I think all my old YouTube content's super boring. You guys might feel different, but I look back at my old videos, I'm like, man, okay. So let's check out the VVIQ. Here we go. Yeah, this is like David Marks's original instructions, right? I'll just kind of breeze over it. You guys can check it out on your own on my website, alecfigueroa.com, right? Instructions. The aim of the test is to determine the vividness of your visual imagery. The items of the test will possibly bring certain images to your mind. You are asked to rate the vividness of each image by reference to the 5-point scale given below. Okay. That's kind of the gist of it. Rating scale 5, perfectly clear and vivid as normal vision. Clear and oh, this is potentially another issue with how I'm presenting the VVIQ on my website. I'm calling this the VVIQ 1, but I'm using the rating system from the VVIQ 2, which he fixed in the second version because 5, it makes more intuitive sense for 5 to be clear and vivid. But in the original VVIQ in 1973, 5 was no image, and then 1 was clear and vivid. So it was reversed, but it just wasn't very intuitive. So that could be an issue. Like technically, if I ever released a paper on this, I'd have to mention that and not say that I used the specific, published VVIQ 1. 4, clear and reasonably vivid. 3, moderately clear and vivid. 2, vague and dim. 1, no image at all. You only know that you're thinking of the object. That piece there, you only know, can get really tricky. There's 3 keywords I look for when I'm working with somebody that tell me that they may actually be visualizing to an extent. It's know, remember, and concept. If they mention these things and they're trying to find words for what they're experiencing, they say, I can't visualize it, I just know what the dog looks like, that's a big indicator for me to dig in. Sometimes when I dig in, I'll find that they are experiencing it through aphantasia, but sometimes that word no, oftentimes I would say, can yield, oh, there is some visual imagery taking place. So that's already a thing there, 16 VVIQ items. Let's read this part, it's kind of important. Arranged in blocks of 4, which has, by the way, you could go on the website while I'm doing this and check it out too on my website, alecfigueroa.com. I think my YouTube description is wrong, but it should have my website link in there anyway. 16 items arranged in blocks of 4. Each item has a theme and at least one item in each cluster describes a visual image that includes movement. Each theme provides a narrative to guide a progression of mental imagery. It is noted that at least one item in each cluster describes an activity or moment. Indexing liveliness, 8 of 16 items in total. The aim of the VVIQ is to assess visual imagery vividness under conditions which allow a progressive development of scenes, situations, or events as naturally as possible. That's a big thing, because it should be very natural, right? To help elucidate visual imagery. The items are intended to evoke sufficient interest, meaning, and an effect conducive to image generation. Okay. So let me just, I don't know. Google, are you going to like show my address? Hang on. I'm going to fill this out just in case I accidentally dox my address. I'll just do this for now. I'm going to fill it out for myself. We'll go through it together. Okay. It didn't dox my address because I don't have an address field on it. But just to be safe, whatever. Okay. So, yep. Start questionnaire, ready to go. Okay. So here's the first scenario. Think of some relative or friend whom you frequently see, but who is not with you at present, and consider carefully the picture that comes before your mind's eye. I copied the exact language that's used on the questionnaire for this. The exact contours of, so I'm supposed to do that right now, right? Okay, I did that. This for me is perfectly, I'm thinking of my dad, because he was just here recently actually visiting, and I'm thinking of being at a restaurant we were at. Characteristics, totally. I didn't see him walking. It didn't specify thinking of walking. So, okay, maybe I should back up and like think of him walking here. Let me try again. Okay. Reasonably, that was less so. Different colors worn in some familiar clothes. That was very vivid. So see, I already hit an issue, right? Where it was like, well, I wasn't instructed to think of a specific scene of him walking. So when I got to that step, when I got to that item, it's like, now I have to back up and try to visualize it again, I guess. Okay, so submit. Next scenario, visualize a rising sun. Consider carefully the picture that comes before your mind's eye. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to like visualize each item as I go. Let me try it that way, I guess. Right? Or do I visualize it right at the beginning? I'm not even sure. The sun rising above the horizon into a hazy sky. Okay. Okay. I'd say this was reasonably. Sky clears and surrounds the sun with blueness. Is this like time lapse, or how should I be, how should I be visualizing this? Let's see. Okay. Clouds, a storm blows up with flashes of lightning. So I have to go back in. I've never seen a storm like that quickly, like blow up like this. So, I mean, okay. Still for me is reasonably vivid. A rainbow appears. Just a rainbow in the storm, or I don't know. I don't know. What kind of like, where's the rainbow? What am I doing here? I'll try. There's a totally different scene, but I did have a rainbow come into the scene. It just, all right, you know, we'll go for it. Section 3. Think of the front of a shop where you often go. Consider the picture that comes before your mind's eye. Let me choose one here. All right. Okay. Overall appearance. So this already, section 3 feels very different. Overall appearance of the shop from the outside of from the road. Yep, I got very clear. A window displaying a window display. Detail. Well, but what if it's like a coffee shop or something, you know? Because I was thinking of a coffee shop. So now I have to switch my shop, I guess. But I'm not really familiar with many shops that have window displays. I don't shop a whole lot like that. Yeah, this is much less vivid, right? You are near the entrance. Okay, this one that I was thinking of originally, the color, shape, and detail of the door. It doesn't have a door, but I can think of the front and the facade of it pretty clearly. Enter the shop and go to the counter. Money changes hands. Oh yeah, that is, I'm doing a local coffee shop here. Okay, so a little clunky, right? In my opinion, a little like, what am I doing? What? Oh yeah, this is cool too. I built this in, like if somebody needs a reminder of the rating scale, even though it's on each item. But finally, think of a country scene which involves trees, mountains, and a lake. Consider the picture that comes before your mind's eye. Okay. All right. I'm thinking of a lake I used to go to back in Northern California that I loved. Whiskey Town Lake. Nostalgia. Color and shape of the trees. Yeah, it's pretty vivid. Color and shape of the lake. See, this one I'm not having to go back in and revisualize. A strong wind blows on the tree in the lake, causing waves. Oh, well, now I have to. Okay, so now I have to go back in. Blows on the tree and the lake. Okay. Okay, yeah, still pretty vivid. All right. So here's part of the cool thing about the VVIQ on my website. Actually, it's cool and not cool. I'll describe why. So when I submit, it's going to calculate my score. It's going to feed it back to me. And it's also going to classify me based on where I might be on the spectrum, which is neat, but I might take that feature out. I might have it just give you your score back for now, because I want to see like after people use my study, after people participate in my study, where they actually rest, and then feed that information back into the VVIQ. But yeah, this is like, yeah. So out of however many are possible, 5 times whatever, 16 items, right? So 5 times 16, I got a 70. So it's possible I may be experiencing hyperphantasia, right? And then it gives a little blurb about what it is. Pretty cool. I also want to build like a feature where it'll email you your results. It's a lot of work. My website hoster doesn't have an easy way to do it, so I got to build it. Pretty cool, pretty cool. But as you can see, potentially there's some clunkiness to the VVIQ, right? There's some like, what am I supposed to be doing? Some unclarity, right? So let's jump into the next one. The VMSQ. Next, I'll show you my new research landing page here. Full study coming soon. I put the VIST up at the top because it's super cool. VMSQ. Whoops, I need to change that. This next one. Let's check it out. I'll let you guys read this on my own so we don't take forever on it, on your own. And actually, let me drop, if anybody wants to participate alongside what I'm doing here, I'll drop the link. All right. VMSQ. My main hope with the VMSQ is to answer some of those issues that existed within the VVIQ, some of that clunkiness, and then also to get a vague measurement on other senses as well, because I find a lot of times with common and hyperphantasics, a good indicator that they experience common or hyperphantasia is that there's other mental senses involved, typically with their mind's eye. So let me go ahead and fill this out. I'll actually fill it out myself. I'll just keep my email, my personal email from the stream here. And my age. Not that anybody cares. I might have showed my email before anyway. Oh well. Okay. All right. Let's jump back in. So, totally different format. Totally different format. Here's the instruction. Sit back, put on a pair of headphones, and get comfortable. Take a big, deep breath. When you're ready, play the audio below. Now, what you have in each section is a short audio of a narration of a scene, okay? So you're instructed to close your eyes, relax, listen to the narration, and then pick the ratings based on what you just experienced while you listen to the narration. Way different. And notice all these different, there's 8 questions on each section. So what I'll do here, I'm going to share my audio from the browser. We'll listen to it together. And if you want to follow along, just go on the website, fill out that form, and then follow along with, you know, we can listen to it together, and then afterwards you put in your ratings. Okay, here we go. Make sure you guys can hear it too. Getting comfy. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
The soft breeze tousles your hair as you sit on a wooden bench warmed by the afternoon sun. The air carries the earthy scent of freshly mown grass and distant lilacs. Children laugh in the background, a dog barks, and the hum of bicycles gliding along the path drifts by. You take another slow lick of your vanilla cone, the cold creaminess blooming sweet across your tongue, slightly sticky on your fingers. Then you spot them, your loved one, waving with a grin that stretches ear to ear. Their voice cuts through the sounds of the park. High, bright, warm, familiar. The ice cream melts a little faster in your hand as your heart lifts.
Okay, I muted myself. Interesting. All right. So here we go. I'm going to answer these questions here. How much detail was in the surrounding environment of the park? Notice also it has a 10-point scale that it works off of, not a 5-point scale. And that's very important. Same scale I use with my students, my clients that I work with. No sense of sensory thought, maybe sensory, maybe not, hard to say. Vague, dim, yet present in some manner. Sensory components starting to come together, but it's still very vague. Sensory thoughts are clearly conscious, but moderately vague. The thought is clearly sensory in nature, but still a bit vague. Sensory thought is present, but certain details are still absent. Okay. 8, sensory thought is present and quite vivid. 9 is very vivid sensory thought, only slightly missing full realism. And 10 is incredibly sensory, just like the physical sense itself. Okay, so how much detail, for me, looking back, right, how much detail was in that scene? Certain aspects were super high, but I'll kind of average it out and give an 8. Colors, oh yeah, colors were like bam for me. Clarity of what the friend looks like. It was my sister. What they were wearing. I'd say a 7, but like maybe higher. Because I did think of her like jacket and shirt and what she would be wearing and her smile and hairdo and even everything. Movement and how familiar, how the familiar person approached. This is kind of a movement question. That was pretty clear. Outside, the sounds for me were like super, super clear. Feeling of the outside, didn't really think a whole lot of that. So I'm going to say 4. Taste of the ice cream was maybe around a 4. The scents. Oh, I didn't get any sense of smell. 0. 0 sense of smell when I was doing that. Interesting, right? Totally different. Totally different. The idea is, with this questionnaire, is to elicit visual imagery in a much more relaxed state. I found in my work that visual imagery is better elicited when relaxed, from a passive sort of standpoint, where you're not necessarily trying to elicit the visual imagery. That's where a narration like this can actually serve really well, right? Because you're listening to something and your mind will do what it does. So the thought is, with this sort of setup, somebody that's common phantasic, we might get a better reading from them. And other senses might be involved too, right? So instead of listening through each one and going through methodically like we did the VVIQ, I'll just kind of breeze through. And let's just, pick whatever. I will say this too. One of my hopes to implement with this questionnaire in the near future, it's going to take a lot of work though, is to do a choice at the beginning of what scenarios you want to pick. Because some people, let's say like there's one in here that's the ocean. Oh, that's this one. Some people have never been to the ocean, right? Or there might be one of a park. Maybe somebody's never been to a park if they grew up somewhere in a desert or something, right? So I want to have a means to pick a female versus male narrator, and then a scenario picker where you have like 12 different scenarios you can pick from, and you'll go through 4 of them. But it'll take a lot of work for me to develop that. So that's one of the pitfalls of the VMSQ right now, is that some scenarios some people will be familiar with, some they will not. So I'll just kind of fill out the rest of it. And if anybody's watching, you might have to mute me from talking if you're doing it for yourself, right? Just picking 5s for everything. Oh, that looks ugly. I'll have to fix that. How's everybody doing? We got a couple people watching. So problem, well, it's not a problem, but the thing with the results page that gets displayed at the end is it's not going to give you like a classification yet. The reason is because this quiz is just launching. The questionnaire is just launching. So I don't have a way to know if there's any correlation between what somebody answers on each question versus what score they get. So all the more reason to go in there and take it for yourself, because the sooner I have a bunch of data on this, the sooner I can crunch the numbers and see, okay, people that experience or believe they experience aphantasia get this type of score. People that believe they experience hyperphantasia get this type of score, right? And then I can fill that in here. How many people have prophantasia versus aphantasia? Asked Glenn. Good question. And I don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. That's what I'm hoping these quizzes help with, these questionnaires. That being said, because there hasn't been research on prophantasia yet. Like we just finally named it, you know. I came up with the term prophantasia because we needed it. We desperately needed it, right? Because there's a huge difference between thinking of something in your mind's eye versus seeing something physically that is projected, as we call it now, out in front of you. Big, big, big difference. One is in the mind, one is internal, one appears to be external. Not that it's objective and it's actually in reality, not that, but it looks like it's a hologram out in front of you, typically. So let's talk about the next thing. The PIQ. I just finished this one like 2 days ago. This I'm super stoked for too. And I'll just kind of show you it and then you guys can fill it out. I'm not gonna go through a demo like I did with the VVIQ. I just don't think it's necessary. Here's the link to the PIQ. So big important stuff right up at the beginning. Describing the goal of the PIQ is trying to gather information on how somebody projects imagery. Setting the stage. This is my section to make sure that as clearly as I can in words that people grasp the concept between mental imagery versus projected imagery right from the get-go. So one is in the mind, right? This is my classic image I developed a couple years back. One is seen out in front of you. So we're measuring this right side of the spectrum in the PIQ. Okay, and then we have the familiar intake form that I had from the other questionnaires. Let me just fill that out real quick. Oh, before I do that, let's talk about some of the instructions here. Okay. So there are two distinct phases to the questionnaire. Here's an overview of the phases. Phase 1, you'll proceed to watch. I worded that terribly. You will proceed to watching. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Fix it. You'll proceed to watch an example video which can adequately simulate a proficient projected experience. The objective of the phase is to set a precedent for what to expect from a projected imagery experience, okay? It's a little short video. We can actually watch it together. That part's kind of fun. And then phase 2, of course, you go through five different sections, excuse me, attempting to project your own mental imagery, your own images. Okay, so now I can just fill this out on camera because it don't matter. I'll just do a fake email. Don't do a fake email though for me, guys. I need the data. I guess you could, doesn't matter. Okay. Am I a student? No, but look, this is kind of nice. If you are, ooh, how fancy. JavaScript for the win. Okay. So you ready? We'll watch this together. It'll be kind of fun. Little prophantasia example. Prophantasia simulation.
In a moment, a simple image will remain on the screen for 20 seconds. During that time, stare at the white dot in the center without blinking if possible. After the image disappears from the screen, in its place there will be a ghostly after image left in your visual field. To experience the effect in a different way, close your eyes and turn your head toward a light source, like a desk lamp.
Or like a window.
You'll find the after image should be visible in the black space with your eyes closed. This example is meant to simulate a somewhat advanced projected experience.
So now we can stare at the dot, right? Ten. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And actually, if you keep staring at the screen, it goes black. So you should see an after image of the triangle. And then closing your eyes and turning your head towards a lamp or like a window where light's coming in will kind of make it pop. That's simulating Aphantasia, and that's a pretty advanced Aphantasia type of simulation, like where the object has really fine, clear, defined lines and then filled in internally. Doesn't seem super common. So let me see. I got some comments here. See 3 things. Phosphine waves. Oh yeah, phosphine waves. Heck yeah. During meditation and stuff. Wavy center that is white and seems to be where Aphantasia occurs. Oh, so here's the thing. If imagery occurs within a phosphine wave, sort of, then it's not regular Aphantasia because it would be physically seen, right? That is better classified as Aphantasia, where Aphantasia, just regular Aphantasia, is not physically seen. It's just in the mind. My favorite definition of regular Aphantasia is a feeling of sight without ever actually seeing anything. So that's what most people are doing when they say they visualize something. Yeah. Boza. Wait, what if I see something in front of me when I look, imagine? Not projecting though. You know it's in front of you or around, not in your mind, because when you imagine sound, that is in your mind. I'm not sure, because based on your description, I can't quite tell what you're experiencing. Because you say it's in front of you, but it's not projected. So meaning, is it not projected like we just did, right? Like the triangle in an after image? But it kind of feels like it's in front of you. Is that what you mean? If you don't physically see it, if you don't physically see anything like we just did with the after image, it's not Aphantasia. And the mind's eye is kind of weird. It can kind of feel like it has a location sometimes for people. Is that what you mean? If you don't physically see anything, then it would still be just regular Aphantasia. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? I like simulating Aphantasia like that. It's the best Aphantasia. After images are the best simulator, in my opinion. And then here, there's this catch-all question. I'll show you what happens, actually. No, I won't. I won't show you because it'll wipe my session. I guess it doesn't matter. So like this question pops up here. After watching the video, is it clear what to expect from a projected image? That the image should show up in your physical field of view? Yes, it's clear, or no, I'm still unclear. If somebody's still unclear, it's better if they go to like the VIST, which we haven't checked out yet. But watch, I'll show you. So if you say no, it'll just turn people away, because I need to make sure as best I can that the data in this questionnaire is exact, that people are actually knowing to look for Aphantasia. Otherwise, it's useless. So I'll just back up here. Heads up, don't do that for yourself because it'll wipe your session and it'll lose the data from the submission form. So don't back up like that. If you did back up, you'll have to go back in to the instructions page and fill out the form again, unfortunately. Okay, so let's say yes, it's clear. So now it gives just a prompt of what to project. A triangle, a red square for the first one. Each section gets a little more complex. The object gets more complex as we go. So I figure I'll just try it. Let's see. Okay, I got mine. If somebody else has projected experience, you can follow along, fill out your own form online. But here was mine. Ready? I'll show you what mine was like. Oh, this is important too. In the instructions of this questionnaire, it says pick the one that best represents, not exact, because it won't be exact. So you want to pick the option that best represents what you experience. So if I were to do that for myself right now, it was like in between this one and this one actually, for me. It was filled in, but it wasn't this defined. It wasn't that defined. So I would say that one. Like it was filled in the middle. But I would say actually this one. Yeah, this one feels closer because it definitely wasn't just an outline for me. Okay. And then you have no idea how long it took me to figure out how to get the JavaScript to switch boxes like this. Just saying. You're seeing the final product here, not all the sweat that went into it. So I'll pick that one. I might have broken it because I backed out, you know. Or no, is the questionnaire broken? I hope not. Uh-oh. Hang on. If it is, I can fix it. Uh-oh, did I break it? Yes, it's clear. I hope it's not broken. Oh, yeah. That's because I backed out and it didn't have the JavaScript object. So don't do that. Next would be a blue letter B, right? I'm not going to do it right now. Usually I see B's like that, though. I usually don't get color with my projected imagery. A green apple would be next. Ta-da. So the way this calculates your score, too, is each section has a multiplier in the back end that it uses to calculate your score on each section. Because they're not all the same complexity. So the further you get, the higher the multiplier. Loved one's face, right? Usually if I try to do this, I'm right around there. Scene of your favorite cafe. I'd have a little tiny bit, probably that one there. Yeah. So you get a score at the end. But I'm not going to tell people like what that means or their classification yet because I need data. I need people to take the quiz and get data in there so we can actually crunch something. So Glenn says, not sure if related, but after a sneeze or when looking at the sky you see swirly lights. Seem to be two spirals in counter rotation. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know there's an effect like when you look at a bright blue sky where you'll see these little dots moving around. Those are blood cells, actually. Those are, what we know about that is blood cells. White blood cells moving through the optic nerve. But in terms of after the sneeze or something, or exactly what you're describing, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of interesting visual phenomena that can happen. Your test showed me I'm not projecting and I can see what I imagine even with my eyes closed. It's like the things I see are in a different plane, but layered on top of this plane. Yeah, I can relate with that, Boza. I can relate with that. So you wouldn't have prophantasia, but you would have the mind's eye, but it feels like it's layered somewhere else. Yep, I could relate with that. Like how people describe it, the second monitor, right? your description, how you worded it right there, makes sense to me. Cool. So that's the PIQ. Little interactive boxes to click on to kind of gauge your projections or lack thereof up against, right? There's my face. Finally, I've saved the best one for last. So hopefully you stuck around because I'm like super stoked about this one. So this is the VIST. My menu is not behaving. The VIST, which stands for Visual Imagery Spectrum Tool. So remember how I said the problem with running interviews for studies is it's too time intensive, and then you have to make sure that the people doing the interviews are trained up, right? There's a bunch of problems with it, but it really is the best form of telling whether or not somebody has aphantasia. In comes the VIST. This is a custom ChatGPT bot that I loaded all of my work into and all my definitions, 7 years of experience into this bot that guides you through an interview process just like you were talking to me, essentially, right? Through the same format that I pretty much guide all my clients through. Even if people just chatted with me and I didn't work with them directly after that, this is what I talk with people through. It's super cool. It's not perfect, right? But what it does is it walks you through the process, and then it sends me a transcript of the conversation. That's important so that I get data from this, of course, from a research standpoint, but also I can I can make sure that it's saying the right thing at the right time. I have had to tweak it over and over. It's in version 1.3 because I released a couple to my Discord server and they would play around with it and then I would make tweaks. So yeah, let's go through it. It's really cool. You guys could do it too. And there's two versions to it actually. There's one that's a non-study version, one that is a study version. The study version requires you to fill out provided information like email and stuff. The non-study version doesn't do that. It says specifically do not share personal information. So don't share anything personally identifying in this because it goes straight to me. If you want to stay anonymous, obviously, right? Your entire transcript gets sent to me. So it's up to you to not share. Okay, so let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Here's the prompts, right, that you'll see right away. You guys could follow along if you want. Just requires a free ChatGPT account. Can you help me determine my imagery type? Please. Just to brag a little bit, to get this thing to like condense the conversation into a transcript, provide me a summary, and then email me and submit the summary and the entire data set into a Google Sheets form, into a Google Sheets spreadsheet. I just gotta say, I'm pretty proud of it. I'm pretty proud of it. Okay. By continuing, you consent. Yep. Before we begin, tell it what type of imagery I believe I'm experiencing. I believe common Aphantasia and hyperphantasia. You could say whatever you want right at this point. Okay, so then it enters phase 1. Initial exploration. Please describe what happens in your mind's eye when you think of a loved one or a familiar place. Don't worry about the right answer. Just describe your thought experience in your own words. Take your time. It'll listen closely. So I'm going to use the example of when I was doing the VMSQ earlier with the scene with my sister. I'm going to answer it like with more vague language that most people would use, just so we can see it in real time, like, you know, dissect my process. I just made a new word, voluminous. Isn't that a word? Voluminous, that's a word, right? I'll just go with that. Yeah. So I described pretty much how I thought of it, you know. See colors, get the sense of the layout of the park, hear sounds from the wind, kids playing, see her sister approaching, right? So let's see what it says to that. That's a wonderful and detailed description. Gee. Thank you for sharing. Let's reflect a bit. When you say you see the scene, can you tell me whether this is like a picture in your mind's eye, mental, internal visualization, or do you feel you're seeing it outside your head, almost like a hologram? Definitely not outside my head. Not a hologram. Can you also clarify how vivid the imagery feels to me? Is it crystal clear but patchy? To me, the scene was pretty crystal clear. Like I could pick exactly where things were. But thinking about it, there are certain patches like the fine details. Like the exact layout of the playground, I wouldn't be able to identify in my thoughts. Okay, see what it says to that. Bug. I was gaming the other night, like 2 weeks ago with my sister, and there must have been like a bug flying around, and this bug flew straight into my mouth. There was nothing I could do. It hit the back of my throat, and I was like, "You're going down the hatch, dude. I can't get you out. I can't cough it out. It wasn't coming out." So I think I ate some granola, and it went down to the abyss. It was disgusting. Just so you know. Phase 2, explain the spectrum. So here's where I do this on my calls all the time. This is where it's describing each different area on the visual imagination spectrum, right? Aphantasia, the absence of visual sensory information within thoughts. People with aphantasia can't form mental images and will usually think in words or concepts only. True. Hypophantasia, weak, brief, hard to sustain mental images. Some details may appear, but often fragmented or limited. Common phantasia, fairly detailed mental imagery. The subject has shape, color, texture, perspective, movement, lacks complete detail. Hyperphantasia, extremely vivid, lifelike mental scenes with fine details, often includes other senses. Very true. All of these things. Very good. Most people, even hyperphantasics, so I instructed it to make this point. We've been talking about this the whole time, right? Key point, most people, even hyperphantasics, see black when they close their eyes. The imagery occurs in the mind's eye, which is the feeling of sight without actually seeing anything. Yes. Does that make sense so far? Let's pause for a moment and let that sink in. If you have any questions about these distinctions, feel free to ask. If not, we'll continue. Does anybody have any questions? Do you have any questions? At this stage, if you're just watching me do it, if you're playing with it, go for it. But anybody have any questions? I know I have like a 20-second delay on the stream. Anybody have any questions for it? I'll type them in. I'll assume no questions. Maybe you're asking your own bot chat. Okay, so I said, yeah, I think I'm good. Makes sense. Didn't physically see anything when I close my eyes to think of the scene. What's it gonna say? What's it gonna say? Phase three. Introducing Aphantasia. Now let's talk about a different type of mental imagery. Aphantasia. This is not mind's eye, it's projected. Physically perceived imagery. As if you're intentionally seeing it in your external environment. It's akin to an intentional hallucination. It's using all the language that I use. Using all the language. This is the same stuff I do on my calls. It's constantly impressing me, you know, because like I loaded a bunch of documents into it. I loaded my mega guide on my website, my open source guide. I loaded a bunch of stuff about Aphantasia. I loaded a bunch of stuff about classification. I loaded all these documents. Super cool. Yeah, so a lot of hyperphantasics, at least from what we could tell so far, a lot of them still see black, but also a pretty big number of them see vague projections, but like a 2 or a 3 on my PIQ, not very strong. Okay. I'm just going to say makes perfect sense. We'll move on. Perfect. You're doing great. Wow. So nice to me. So positive. Phase 4, reflection. Since you clearly understand the difference between mind's eye imagery and Aphantasia, let's reflect. Does this match your understanding of what counts as mind's eye imagery and what doesn't? For me, yes. Any questions though, feel free, I'll type them in, that'd be fun. I'll ask what you just asked, Glenn. Let's ask it. Do you have any further observations or questions before we move on? Here's a question. Let me grab that. I don't know if it'll actually be able to answer this. Let's see what it says. So Glenn asks, what is easier, making mind's eye more vivid or projecting? In general, making mind's eye more vivid is considered easier and more accessible than developing Aphantasia. And yeah, I would agree with this. Mind's eye imagery, Aphantasia relies on internal processing, might make it more vivid, such as engaging more senses. Aphantasia is much rarer, at least it seems much rarer. I wish it would say seems much rarer because we don't know for sure yet. Controlled hallucination, yep. Seems extremely rare, it does. It's not using the seems language, but it's not going to be perfect. Maybe I can tweak it as I go. Hard to develop. Yeah, I would say like advanced Aphantasia seems to be quite challenging to develop. To develop takes a long time. I started learning Aphantasia for myself way back in 2010. That's when I first developed Aphantasia for myself. Nobody taught me. I just figured out how to do it. And since then, I've made progress. And to be fair, I haven't practiced a ton. It's not like I practice every day, far from it. There's been years where I haven't practiced at all. But I've made marginal amounts of progress in my waking state. If I'm in like a relaxed state, it's better. But not a whole ton of progress for me over the past 15 years in Aphantasia. Going from not having it to having some of it was the biggest jump for me. Okay, let's move on. Excellent. Phase 5, suggest a classification or defer, meaning if it didn't know, like if the person using the bot was just like, I don't know, I just see black, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I'm not giving many details. It'll actually tell it, hey, I don't have enough information to give you a suggestion. I can't suggest what you're experiencing. Based on everything, so let's see if it accurately gives me a recommendation based on how I described it. I'm curious here. Hopefully it does. I tested this thing enough times. Based on everything you've shared, I'd suggest that you likely fall into high end of common Aphantasia or possibly low end hyperphantasia. Yep, that's pretty much exactly where I'm at. You can see scenes with colors, shapes, movement, images, crystal clear, but they lack certain fine details yet. You can incorporate multiple senses yet. You don't physically project images yet. And then it'll ask the person if they're comfortable with sending the information, submitting the information. Yep. So it'll talk to my webhook. This was tricky. This was hard to get it to do. I hope it works. Okay. Whew. It's going to freak out if it didn't work right now. And then it submits to my webhook and boom. There we go. Cool. It works. So what I get in my email is a transcript of that conversation. It also provides me with like where the person thought they were, where they ended up at, which is super valuable from a data standpoint. And then and a summary. It's like a brief, just they thought they were here, they ended up here, they asked this, and cool. So yeah, this tool is like another freaking level. I'm so stoked about it. The biggest pitfall still with this tool though is if somebody lacks the proper language to describe their mental imagery or to describe their own experience, then it won't be very effective. Somebody could still not quite be able to describe what's happening in their mind's eye, and the way they describe it to the bot would still be, you know, maybe what I'm trying to say is maybe somebody has hyperphantasia, but they're looking for projected imagery and they misinterpret all the things that we went over there. Then they still may be able to come to the end of the bot and get the suggestion that they have aphantasia based on their descriptions and understanding, right? So that's the main pitfall of all subjective tests, even this one included, that it's based on the participants' subjective understanding of what they experience, which can also have our own biases attached to it too. That's why those objective measurements would be ideal, but they're not easy and costly like we were talking about. So my idea for my study coming up is to pair these 4 things together. And even to potentially run a side study that does like, has people take the VVIQ, MSQ, and PIQ, then run them through the VIST with the bot, and then have them do it again and see if their scores remain the same or change. I would, my hypothesis would be that we'd have a high number of people that have scores change. Cool, right? What do you think? It was a lot. It was a shit ton of work. I'm not gonna lie, to get the bot operating that concisely and clearly. It was a lot, and then to connect it to the webhook and get it to actually send me an email and submit it to the data spreadsheet that I have in my Google Drive. Like, it was a lot. So, yeah. And just a heads up, all of the data submission is secure. It's all through HTTPS protocol, which means that there are encrypted keys and stuff as the data is being submitted, so none of your information or even personal stories would ever be leaked. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right, Pete? I'm so stoked about it. So what I'm gonna do from here is I'm gonna launch these studies. I'm gonna launch this study with this battery, maybe a couple different studies, like I said. And then from there, I want to start developing one of the objective measurements. So potentially software that could use like a webcam to measure pupil dilation, right? So somebody could do a pupil dilation experiment at home. Or the binocular rivalry thing, like get that up and going. That's the long-term thing though, because like all of the objective measurements would take quite a lot of iteration and fine tweaking and logistics to work out. Like the binocular rivalry one, I had back in 2019, I was actually working on one. I was trying to reproduce a BR study for myself, and I had to physically mail, you know, the 3D glasses. I had to physically mail sets of those to people. So it's just not very practical, you know. And there's too many controls to factor into. I couldn't get it to work right. All the data was all over the place. It wasn't working. So I'll come back to it though. But until then, like these four tools together might be a freaking golden bullet that we need right now. You know, I'm really curious to see how many people go through the questionnaires, and specifically the VIST here with the chatbot, that initially thought they had aphantasia, that ended up either in hypophantasia or common phantasia. You know, it's a big question. I'm super curious about it. And these things are totally public. So if you find it neat, please spread it, you know, spread it around. I would love to get as many people on these. From a selfish data standpoint, I'm like, dude, I want as many people to take this stuff as I can. From a altruistic standpoint too, though, I just hope that this tool gets people a lot of clarity. I've talked to hundreds of people in this exact format, and now there's something that can emulate that. It can't do it perfectly, of course. It's still going to make mistakes. But it's way better than me with my limited time and resources not being able to talk to a bunch of different people. At least this way, people can interact with and talk to, you know, a bot that has my same knowledge, which is crazy. It's so crazy. When I had the idea to do this, I was already so stoked. Hey, what's up, Matt? Is that the Matt? The Matt Lind? That's cool. How you guys doing? Let's go back to my website here. So yeah, pretty cool stuff. Let me see if I had any notes about what to talk about. I didn't even have time to finish my notes because I was finishing the freaking... Yeah, that's what I thought. Matt Lynn from LA, what up? Long time no see. I hope you guys are doing good. I didn't even get to finish my notes because the my stream was all fucked up when I opened my program, and I couldn't stream right away on time. I had to fix everything. Okay. You wonder if GT gifted and talented tests were testing along these lines. I'm not even sure what you're referring to. Glenn, GT gifted and talented? Gifted and talented tests? I haven't heard of that. I'm interested. I'm curious. Oh, you know what else I wanted to do? Before I open, well, I guess we could do this as I open it up to Q&A. But I wanted to do this. So this is something I'll be trying to rank a little higher, because I'm fully confident that those questionnaires in the VIST will be very valuable to people to get some insight. And from a data standpoint, like I said, so I'm going to try to rank them up higher in the Google search. Because this is really unfortunate. This one is just Aphantasia, like classic Aphantasia, and this got passed around 6 years ago as an aphantasia test. So tons of people misunderstood Aphantasia for regular mind's eye because of this image. We're still dealing with that constantly. So not an aphantasia test. Don't use it as such. Bummer. Yeah, and then the Aphantasia Network, they have the VVIQ on their website, right? I haven't looked at that one yet. There's one that I wanted to show on stream. I don't see it. I think it was on a website like Adena? Oh, shoot. Can I find it? No, I had it earlier. Oh, man. I lost it. It was this questionnaire. I wanted to show everybody. No. No. Hang on. I know. I'll look at my, I'll pull it up. Look at my history real quick. I don't know if I'll be able, oh, here, yeah. Ananda. I was saying it wrong. Wrong website. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, I found it. I found it. Oh, matrix test, manipulating objects in the mind's eye. Yeah. Yeah, this is like mental rotation and stuff like that. It's tricky because according to some papers, they found that mental rotation doesn't correlate with mind's eye imagery somehow. It was more like a spatial reasoning. So it's possible that somebody could do mental rotation tasks without having any mental imagery whatsoever. Like an aphant could still do that. We don't fully understand how that is and why, though, which is why we need stuff like this. Not this website. We need stuff like we were going through because we need better ways to identify who actually has aphantasia or not. Because I don't fully trust a lot of the data right now, unfortunately, you know. Unless a study was really meticulous with how they recruited and how they were able to determine if somebody had aphantasia or not. Yeah, so this, I just wanted to show everybody because this is a lot of what we have had, right? And it's all very subjective. It's all completely open to interpretation, right? How often do you visualize images in your mind when someone describes a scene to you? I mean, what's an image? Let's define that first, right? What's an image? How do we nail that down? For me, you know, I could answer this clearly, but for somebody expecting prophantasia that assumes they have aphantasia that actually doesn't, this questionnaire is useless. This wouldn't work. Yeah, so just kind of ask how often someone's visualizing, right? It don't work. It don't work, man. Yeah. Oh, they make you input your email to see your score. Maybe I should do that. Whatever. All right. Hope you guys got something from that. That was fun. That was pretty cool. Showing demos of those questionnaires. Please do, if you haven't, please do consider going in there on my website and completing the 4 of those. You'll like just vastly be contributing to our understanding of this stuff. And I very much intend to share what we find in official write-ups. I don't like how this is looking. Let's do some Q&A. Why is it? It's like cutting off the bottom of the chat. What are you doing, man? Okay. Whatever. Nah, I'm bugged by it. So Q&A time, guys. If anybody has questions for me, if anybody has comments, things you're wondering about, things that have been burning in your psyche, you can ask things unrelated to what we were talking about earlier. What's my favorite video game or anime? That's really interesting. Easier for you to simulate the tactile feeling of rotating objects than it is for me to maintain a steady visualization. Yeah, totally. So much higher detail of feeling. Yeah, I have like my sound reasoning or my sound perception in my mind is crazy high. It's like always a 10. My imagery and movement and those things together can fluctuate between like I would say 7 to 10 depending on what. So yeah, my spatial reasoning is pretty high too. Gifted and talented, by the way, is a kids' school analysis thing from public school. Oh. So they do like questionnaires and stuff. Your old PDF about developing Mind's Eye was really helpful, and I can't wait to see what you produce with these new tools. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that old PDF, that thing was really, really good for what it was. I considered like going back into it, rewriting some of it because some of it's outdated now. And then I could load it with links like to these tools now, right? But I don't have the original files. That was actually produced. That was produced from a designer. So I have the final file, but I don't have the original InDesign files, which is a bummer. But it makes sense. You know, when I do video work and stuff, I didn't give them the Adobe files. So yeah, and what I produce, I want to produce a bunch of stuff from this. You know, definitely some write-ups, definitely some things. Maybe we can actually get a better handle and a better idea of how many people actually experience prophantasia. I definitely am excited to see how many people use the VIST that thought they had aphantasia that maybe don't, right? You said you related to my experience, other plane imagination. Yeah. Is it imagination though, considering people who imagine see in their heads? The tricky thing is, like, Boza, let me ask you this. Do you also have a mind's eye that how most people describe it, like in their head? The tricky thing with mind's eye is it doesn't actually have a physical location, right? Because it's an intangible thing. It's an intangible thing. The reason why most people say it feels like it's in their heads is because that kind of generally feels like where we think from, is like around our head. You know, like, and you can get down to the bottom of that through process of elimination. Like, most people would say it doesn't feel like you think of your friend from your foot or your knee or your hip or your stomach, right? Or think of a meal from your stomach. You might feel hungry in your stomach physically, but you don't think of the meal from your stomach. So for most of us, emotions might feel like they're here. Thoughts and thinking, thought processes will typically feel like they're somewhere around here, somewhere around the head, just not down in the knee or the belly, right? So, but it's weird because it's not, when people say they see it in their head, it's not like a physical location that they're seeing it in between their ears. It's in the thought field, wherever that kind of occurs for somebody, right? So if your thought field just happens to feel like it's more centered out here in front, then that's just how your thought, your place that you're imagining with your mind's eye tends to occur. But if somebody has a mind's eye and also what you were describing before, that's something completely different. And it's too big of a topic to even talk about. It's not even something I've shared in terms of my aphantasia and mind's eye work. It's not even something I've talked about yet publicly. There's a lot of stuff, like, this is why my brand now, like, as a person, I'm just Alec Figueroa. I dropped all the names because I didn't want to lock into certain topics. And I'm really interested in different types of cognition, psionics, intuition, different types of perception, right, that are way outside of just mind's eye and what we're talking about today. So, most rewarding part of developing my mind's eye personally. Good question. Good question, KB. Let me think intentionally about that question. I have a couple things that come to mind. So just a little backstory. I didn't intentionally try to develop my mind's eye. I did raise from like a pretty common phantasic, if you were going baseline, just common phantasia. I did raise from a common phantasic experience most of the time to most of the time, depending on what I think about, hyperphantasia. Just like the VIST drew the conclusion to, it was like, I'm typically high-end common, low-end hyper. And depending on the scene that I'm thinking of, it could even be high-end hyper. But I didn't mean to do that. I didn't try doing that. What happened with me is I got really addicted to meditating back in the day. And through practicing meditation often, one of the byproducts was that I just started to experience more of like a hyperphantasic sort of experience most of the time. My main objective back then was to, like, I was really into like the idea of sort of what you could call like spirit journeys, like, and it's not even like a guided shaman sort of thing, but maybe somebody is trying to walk through like a garden or something and put themselves into a relaxed state that way by walking through a garden in their mind, right? That's that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to experience these planes of thought in a visceral way. I wanted my conscious mind to transport into these other places. So I would try that, and I'd just sit with it for long periods of time back then. This was like 2011. And I started to experience what is now called hyperphantasia as a result of it. So for my original goal of like experiencing these other sort of mental constructs, huge benefit. You know, that was super rewarding. It also started to help me to experience other types of perception that's more along the lines of like psionic stuff. I don't really want to talk about all that today. But that was super rewarding too, because that's been another huge interest of mine, is like, what are the limits of our consciousness? What are the limits of our mind, right? And what do we currently not understand that might actually be part of human experience or human potential? So I've explored that stuff like crazy for myself. And mind's eye directly correlated to a lot of that, opening up different types of perception and stuff like that. What else would I say? Prophantasia. Prophantasia is not exactly what you asked, but like in terms of developing imagery, this is not mind's eye, right? But developing prophantasia was really rewarding for me too, just to get something that I wanted, you know? Like what happened with prophantasia for me, this is before I ever named it. But what happened was I went to like this conference where a spiritual teacher guy was talking at the front, and he was like, yeah, when I close my eyes, I don't just see black. I actually see stuff. And I was like, what? That's awesome. You know, I wanted that. I was sitting in the audience going, dang, how do you do that? And he didn't really share how to do it. The best description of how he would do it, he's like, yeah, take your black screen and tear it in half and you'll start to see through it. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You're not giving me anything to work off, man. Like, take the black, what? How do you, what does that mean? Tear the black screen in half. Okay. Not the best way to describe it. So when I went home, this was 2010, end of 2010. When I went home, I just asked myself, well, if I wanted to develop that ability he was talking about, how would I do it? You know, and I just kind of thought through it and reverse engineered a process to be able to project imagery, and it worked. And it continued to work, and it opened up more. And like, that hasn't been super practical for me. Like projecting a triangle on the wall is not very practical, but it is fun, you know? And it is something that I push my limit on. And I always love feeling like I push my limit on something, like something that was a perceived limitation or that I couldn't do before. Now I can do it, right? So that's how I try to live my life. That's why I'm here in this different country. It's like, this totally felt impossible a couple years ago, but I'm doing it now, and I'll continue to do that sort of thing. So yeah, I hope that bleeds off onto everybody that comes across my work, which is, don't settle. If you want something in your life, don't settle for the limitation that it's not there. If it's impossible to get, like there are some things, you know, if it's out of your control, then it's really wise to make terms with something, of course, right? But if it's something that you can control, and if it's something that we're seeing is affectable, like aphantasia, go for it. Don't take no for an answer. Go for it. Go for it. You can do it. You know, I still have things that feel quite impossible for me that I'm working on, that I won't give them up. I won't stop until I get it, or I die trying. Like, that's just me though. Boza, I think you could, but you don't in your head. And the main reason is relative size issue. I would imagine things relative to their realistic size. Yeah, I mean, from how you're describing it, it does sound like you're using mind's eye. If you had mind's eye and the other thing going on simultaneously, that's a different type of thing. But just because you feel or you perceive that the image is not residing within the spatial area of your cranium, of your skull, then that doesn't, it's not, that's not a necessity that it feels like it's within that space. It's not like that for mind's eye, because it's abstract, you know, it doesn't have a physical location or even a physical size. It's all based on thought perception. Motivating answers, you're welcome. I'm glad. Heck yeah. Go for it. What do you want? What are you aiming for? Question back to everybody here. What's your aim? What's your desire? I've worked with a lot of people that wanted to develop their mind's eye because they wanted to be able to visualize their family members. That's huge, you know? Grandfather who passed, that they only have a couple pictures or something. Like, how valuable to be able to visualize the memory of a family member. That's never something I had to do because I was always phantasic, but you know, what are some of the things that you guys want? Even outside of what we're talking about. I've done these experiments with myself before. And I have a few working ones right now where I like to pick things that feel impossible at the time and then slowly just make them happen. It's so empowering. I lived in Seattle for 2 years. And before that, it's obviously, it wasn't true because I did it, first of all, but it felt impossible to me to have like my own apartment to myself and live on my own. And I did it for 2 years. And I wouldn't take no for an answer, you know. It was something I desired in my life, and I figured out a way to make it happen. Resourcefulness. I want to have extrasensory information and be able to read people. Oh, heck yeah. Stuff that I've loved practicing. So Matt, one of my fun ways to practice that lately has been ChatGPT. So I tried to do a live stream where I would like practice live, and I was hoping to get some hits, and I sucked. Like, I was getting nothing. But ChatGPT, I'll ask it to like think of a picture or something, or come up with a location, and don't tell me, and then I'll like intuit information about it. It's been really useful for rapid fire practice. But the problem I found is sometimes it would hallucinate, where I'd like, let's say it would change its mind halfway through. So I had to give it instructions again and again and again, you know, to not change its mind based on my guesses. But then my dad suggested a really good way to not even need to do that, where it'll give me the location just in a different language. So it'll provide the location written in Korean or something that I can't read. And then I get information on it, and then I can verify after that it didn't hallucinate and just isn't, you know, agreeing with my guesses. Super, super cool. It's been really fun to practice in that way. Rapid fire, you know? And then even practicing like precognition with ChatGPT is really neat too, because I would write down the impressions before I would have it generate a new location or something, and then I'd be able to immediately see that I had the information correctly. It's super trippy. Into art and animation, so it'd be nice to pre-visualize that stuff. I hear you. Totally. Yeah, pre-visualize. I heard from I think somebody on the stream maybe in April or something, mentioned that visualizing for storyboard artists is huge. Because you got to kind of think through the scene and then put that scene down, right? You can do it, KV. You can do it. Let me know, let me know too, guys, what kind of resources you want to see. There's no reason I can't pump shit out. Let me know. I'm continually trying to develop new stuff. So, and I want to produce stuff that's useful that people can plug into, which I've done okay at. My hope in the next 6 months is to have a thriving community of practitioners going for stuff, free and on my open source resources or whatever, like just people that are practicing and building forward together. That's what I want to build. That's how I live my own life. So why, I want to see people making progress with me as I do my own shit too. No sweat, Boza. Any good resources on developing? Man, the resources, I'm not confident in sharing resources that I would perceive as good. I know there's a lot of courses and stuff, like if you look up psychic development tools and stuff, but a lot of times I just fundamentally don't agree with the approaches within some of those programs in how they present the information. So I haven't found one that I fully would back. You know what I mean? Like I've produced some resources, but let me, no, I couldn't find it very quickly. So one of my favorite ways to develop that stuff was games. I would just play games with my roommates. That was huge in my own personal development with more of the like intuitive ESP type stuff. I wrote a big blog post. It was on my old website where I talked about some of the games, and I have a version of it that I want to post onto my current blog, but I need to rewrite some of it because I just don't see stuff like that anymore. But yeah, it's like a lot of times within psychic conversation and people in that community, what I fundamentally have a hard time with is they frame those things as gifts or as just you have it or you don't. And that has not been the case with me at all. Like I had a measure of stuff, but I had to work on the skill of it, So I tend to look at it like even people that don't have much intuitive ability off the bat, they could actually learn how to do it because they're human. And I don't see the conversation being talked about like that very much out there at all. There might be, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. I haven't seen any for myself that I fully resonate with. That's why I just got to pump more stuff out, Time and what to do first. Any ideas on what causes aphantasia? So there is one cause that we know of that's been shown in some studies, which is trauma. So people may have a mind's eye and then a traumatic event happens. And then for whatever reason, the psyche, for an assumed, self-preservation tactic, the psyche turns off the mind's eye. That's been shown in some data. I forget even the study, the groups that did that. I think it was University of South Wales, maybe. But yeah, so we do know aphantasia can be in trauma. Aphantasia can be caused by trauma. Though, what if somebody doesn't remember an occurrence like that? I had a mind's eye, I fell out of a tree, I don't have mind's eye. What causes aphantasia if it's just congenital, meaning since birth? We don't know. We don't know yet. There's some speculation that it might be genetic. That it would follow down family lines, but I would really question data that we have on that so far and how the study participants were recruited. That's what the big issue with mind's eye studies and aphantasia studies in my mind right now is how people are recruited because of everything we've been talking about today. So, okay, it could be genetic. It could be some sort of predisposition or some sort of environmental factor that we don't fully understand, like maybe somebody raised in a more analytical household or something. But short answer is we don't know yet. We don't know what causes aphantasia. Through the fMRI studies, we have been able to see, at least the limited fMRIs that have been done so far. I don't know why it's not explored more. If I ever have the resource, you better fucking believe I will put out some fMRI studies. Pardon my swearing, by the way. I don't mean to offend anybody. But that's how I normally talk anyway, so I just want to talk how I am. But studies, like there needs to be more fMRI data and more EEG stuff going on. But from the limited data that I have read, it seems like the brain just leans on the word processing areas versus the occipital lobe, the visual cortex back there. Bo's a lazy brain, big cause for aphantasia. That also means not knowing that you're being lazy. Work out a muscle, it grows, you don't stop. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like an atrophy would be a nicer way to put it, Boza, right? Like an atrophy. If somebody just for whatever reason grows up without leaning into visual thought, then it might not develop, right? How I don't see it is that it's a miswiring. I don't see that, even as a possibility. Just because the brain is so plastic anyway, like it could rewire itself if needed. So, but I don't know, maybe there is an aspect of the brain has not, for whatever reason, built the neural pathways necessary to cause visual imagery to happen. Could be. We don't know yet. Movies and anime make your brain lazy. Oh, but anime is... what's your favorite anime? Now we're getting to the important questions. What's your favorite anime? Ooh. There is some speculation on my end too about that. Like, how much does our digital intake affect how we think? The issue with the hypothesis, at least from a surface standpoint at this point, is even people that have grown up without screens that are older than that generation. Like, I definitely grew up with screens, right? Digital intake. But even people in their 70s and 80s can still experience aphantasia since birth. So that means they didn't grow up with screens being constantly available like we have today. So, could be, though. I don't know. We don't know yet. You've always had nothing and didn't realize until recently that it was unusual. Yeah, I hear you. Starting from 0 seems different than improving from a low scale. It does. It is. I'll tell you that, Nathan, right now. For the people that I've worked with one-on-one, I'll use them as the example because I can't, like I say, with my e-course, I don't actually communicate with those individuals, if at all, much if at all. So a lot of them, I can't fully tell where they're starting from. But with my one-on-one students, it's way easier to make progress with people if they start with at least something, at least some form of hypophantasia. If they start with pure aphantasia, a lot of them still have made progress, but it's smaller. It's very, it's not as dramatic. It might be like 5 moments of mind's eye finally starting to kick in by the time we finished, which is also why I'm changing my mentorship, because man, if I can make long-term progress with people, that's where it's at. Ivan, do you get rid of aphantasia if you open your third eye? I don't know, Ivan. That's outside of my wheelhouse. Like, I am a cosmonaut. I am trippy. I'm one of the trippiest people when it comes down to it. I've had some very strange experiences and have some very out of the box concepts and ideas, theories, working theories. But I don't like the language of third eye. Not that you said anything wrong. It's just as a whole conversation, I prefer not to use that language. Here's why, is because third eye means a whole lot of things to a whole lot of people. And depending on who you're talking to, it'll mean something different. So open third eye, there's not even a good consensus of what that even means or what should come along with the experience. Because you'll hear some spiritual teacher types say, oh, well, aphantasia is not even real. Like, that just means their third eye is closed. Well, what does that mean? That's not not helpful. Or, oh yeah, whatever. I don't know. So third eye, it's like, are we talking about the pineal gland? Are we talking about visual imagination? Are we talking about intuition in general? Because that's how a lot of people talk about third eye and practicing intuition. What are we talking about, right? So I don't know. I think there could be a correlation between like maybe energy body functioning, for lack of a better term, with like energy body to the experience of aphantasia, maybe. And maybe getting those to communicate better would cause mental imagery to take place. I've actually had a question of that for myself because I've noticed with people when I work with them, if they enter a certain state, like a certain conscious state, it tends to make mind's eye imagery more pronounced or available for the first time even sometimes. So maybe. So you're asking about the pineal gland. Now, in the biological sense, I don't think they would be related, because mind's eye, we know biologically that mind's eye imagery is experienced in the visual cortex, partnering with the parietal lobe. So it's a different part of the brain that's used for mind's eye imagery, which is back here. Pineal gland, as far as we can tell, doesn't have an active hand in visualization, at least at this point. It might. I'm open to that idea. But we don't have enough data to say for sure. Boza, the lazy brain syndrome. Still love anime, but the list is too long to name my recent favorite. Jujutsu was good. Yeah, it was good. Like, it was a spectacle, right? I was a little underwhelmed by the story itself, but my goodness, how they present the story was incredible. Demon Slayer, I could not stand at first, but I ended up really liking it for what it is. Attack on Titan, it's just so good, man. It's just so good. Like, if somebody tells me they hate Attack on Titan, it's like, I know you're just trying to troll and be counterculture because it got so popular. Because it's so good. It's so good. And My Hero, that's one of my favorites. My ultimate favorite anime, Steins Gate. Ooh, Steins Gate. If you haven't seen Steins Gate, it's so fucking good. It's a ride. I won't say anything about it. Get through the first 6 episodes, you'll be hooked. It's a ride. Yeah, so pineal gland. Outside of speculation, we don't know, like, a lot could be speculated for pineal gland function and what it actually does and what the body uses it for, but we don't fully know yet. At least in a mainstream scientific kind of stance, we don't fully know yet. What we do know the pineal gland is in charge of is production of certain hormones, melatonin, so it helps regulate sleep cycles. Pineal gland is very important for that. We do know that it can get hard where calcium builds up in it. That's been a little overblown, I feel like, but it can get sort of hard from calcium buildup over the years. Boza Steins Gate, yo, it's short too, so you don't have to spend like tons of hours watching it. It's 26 episodes. It's a ride. They did a second series, which was okay. You know, it was good, but kind of boring. Steins Gate, dude. I love that show so much. Yeah, so that's pineal gland. Like, we know it helps with sleep cycles. Outside of that, it's a lot of speculation. I have my theories about it too. I have things that I wonder about it and its role, especially in like intuitive information or ESP or whatever. But in terms of like mind's eye, we have nothing to talk. There's nothing to say on it yet. Any other questions or anime fans? The important stuff. Or anything, any fun ideas? I'm just streaming. I got nothing else to do. Maybe eat some dinner at some point. Any fun ideas of something to explore together right now? Or further questions, other things? I will say this, if you're wanting to develop mind's eye, my mega guide on my website is good for that. I'll post the link here. It's one of my blog posts. So this was a result of my decision to go fully open source and make my information like readily and freely available. Because before that, I was like, it always has been a struggle. If anybody's done their own business, you know the struggle. It's been a struggle knowing what to charge for and knowing what to charge for and what not to. And so my way to answer it for myself was just like, you know what? I'm not going to have a paywall on the actual concepts. Just everybody gets it. And then how you work with me is what will cost, right? And that felt pretty good. That felt really good. Before that, it didn't quite feel right. Like having my information behind a paywall, it just didn't sit right with me. But my personal time, of course, yes. Or something that I've like created, like an e-course, of course, yeah. Still catching up on the stream. Over 1 hour delay. Oh, yeah. You got a question. Would you classify dreams as prophantasia or phantasia? Woohoo, good question. Ephi dude. Yeah, I like that question. Oh, that's a good one. Are you open to talking about the higher level stuff, experiences of your journey? Like what? I'm an open book. Yeah, you guys can talk about whatever. You guys can ask whatever you want about my journey. I like if I'm doing my last live stream was all about my psi journey, like why I'm into psi and why I want to develop more studies around it. If it's something formal like that, I can get a little nervous just because I know how like controversial that topic is, which is silly to me. I don't think it needs to be. And how like poo-pooed or looked down upon it is, you know? Like I'm sure I've lost followers and people that want to hear what I talk about just because I'm exploring psi as well. But I'm like, dude, I have to know. We have to, like, I have to know. But yeah, ask whatever you want. Ask whatever you want. I'm open. So let's get back to this question. Would I classify dreams as prophantasia or phantasia? I would actually classify them as prophantasia, fundamentally, because it's as if they're physically seen. So when you're sleeping, your body's going to go through a natural process where it turns off the awareness, shuts down certain parts of the brain of the awareness of your physical body. It does that on purpose, so every tiny noise, every tiny thing that pokes you doesn't wake you up, so it can rest, right? So now what does that do, though, when your brain shuts down the awareness of your physical form? It creates a mental VR landscape that you get to enter into, right? And that's why when you wake up from a dream, it feels like, well, for some people, of course, visual dreamers especially, it'll feel like you were someplace else to varying degrees of vividness because your body was not paying attention at all to your physical body. All it was paying attention to, your consciousness, was your dream space, your mental space. So in essence, it feels like visual sight, classified AKA as prophantasia. The weird thing though is, this is why this was such a good question. The weird thing is, as you start to relax, the line, let's say you have a mind's eye over here, prophantasia over here, they're very clear when you're awake. It's a very clear distinction. I visualize something in my head, my mom, there she is, but I'm not physically seeing anything. Mind's eye was just happening. Nothing prophantagically just happened. But now if I look at, or if I close my eyes and I project a triangle, there it is, I see a triangle, right? Two very distinct experiences. But as you drift off closer to sleep, those distinctions, those lines can get kind of blurred. Or sometimes you might have a mind's eye experience, but you come out of it after you're very relaxed or on the brink of sleep, and you won't be able to tell if it's a mind's eye experience or a prophantagic experience. Because your brain stops paying attention to your physical space, and the mind's eye can become like a projected experience. So yeah, hope that answered your question. I personally classify dreams as prophantasia because it feels like a physical sight. Is it actually prophantasia or not? I actually don't think there's a difference at that point because you're not awake and you don't have those two places, right? That's exactly where you're going, what people deem supernatural, but I hear you and love and respect your work. Oh, thank you. Let's not get into it. No, feel free. No, no, ask away, bro. Let's go. That's why I joined my brands together. I used to have two different brands. I used to have Aphantasia Meow, which was centered all around mind's eye, prophantasia, all that stuff. And I used to have the Third Eye Coach, where I'd teach people how to access that kind of stuff. But it just felt inauthentic because I wasn't blending, like I wasn't being fully myself in the things that I was doing, and it didn't feel right to me. So I blended them together into, first I called it RCDC, which was a very hard acronym to remember. Research Center for Developing Consciousness, but I'm not a center yet. I'm just a person. It's still an independent firm, just me, a solo operation for the most part. So I ditched all the brand names and just named it me, put it under my name, Alec Figueroa, which is what we're doing now. And yeah, the reason why I branded into the Research Center in the first place was to, combine those topics. My main passion since 2009, 16 years, was the psi stuff. It was I don't prefer the term supernatural, but it was that stuff. That was like my main interest for a long time. And honestly, what I'm still the most interested in. But yeah, I could talk about stuff like that anytime. Just ask away. I've only seen twice in my life, 2003 and 2006. 2003 was on Christmas Day, and it was only for the 24-hour day. 24 hours of that day. 2006 was for a split second. Split second. Seen, what do you mean? What happened? What was your experience when you saw? Like on Christmas Day, what were you able to see? What were you perceiving? No, yeah, I mean, you can ask whatever. You want to hear a story? Like I got a shit ton of stories of stuff that happened to me. Boza. But there's too many things I could like talk about. Like, you want to talk about subtle energy? You want to talk about, I don't know, meditation experiences? You want to talk about multiverse stuff? What, you know? We could get into all sorts of stuff. You know, this is kind of a cool story. Like, and don't get me wrong, I can't reproduce this stuff all the time. But one time I was flying into Finland. I might have told this the last stream I was on. I can't remember. I was flying into Finland and my friend said, "Hey, we just passed Finnish airspace. Like, what do you pick up from the environment?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. Let me check." And I closed my eyes. I put my head down, and this immensely immersive mind's eye experience like kicked in right away. And it wasn't like super detailed, but it was very immersive. So it wasn't quite like a out of body level type of thing, but it did feel like my awareness of my body drastically reduced. And I went up above the plane in my mind, right? And there was like this being like in the sky that I saw. Now, do I think this is real or just imagination? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to tell you. But what I saw was like this being, and it was wearing like a cloak, white with blue trim and a beard. And it started to talk to me about, in this experience, right? Again, not sure if it was real or not, or objectively real or whatever. But it started to tell me about some of Finnish history, which I never knew. Like occupation, some of the social climate of, because of the occupation, like they love to party. So they're like a very party culture, right? And some of the time frame of the occupation, I think it was Russian occupation or whatever. I learned that later. Well, I just explaining some of these dynamics. I saw some other things too. And then the loudspeaker in the plane kicked in. It went on for quite a few minutes. The loudspeaker in the plane kicked in and it kind of snapped me out of it. And I went, oh boy, that's right. I'm on a plane. Like I had forgotten that I was here physically instead of what I was experiencing there. And when I came out of it, I was able to ask my friend, like, she grew up in Finland, she's Finnish, right? I was like, hey, this just happened. Is this, and this? Like, is this true about your country? And she's like, yeah, all that. So I was like, it was crazy, right? So I was able to perceive information that I didn't have readily available through this experience with this imagined scenario, which is wild. And it's one of these things that, you know, in my opinion, is very important to talk about, because if humans can do that on the regular, then don't we want to know? Like, don't we want to know that? You know, so I tend to put more validity to my experiences if there's something objective that I can measure the experience with, like that. Like I had information drop in, I was immediately able to look up information and verify that it was real. I feel like, unfortunately, what happens sometimes with the spiritual end of the conversation is like people will treat their mind's eye and imaginations and ideas as fact, but there's nothing objective to measure it up against. I try not to do that. I actually think that can be quite detrimental. Yeah. Let's see. If you are coaching on opening the third eye, can you explain what the, yeah. Do you see entities or auras? So This is my issue with the language of the third eye, which is actually partly why I dropped the language, the third eye coach too, is I wouldn't say I coach on opening the third eye. If we're talking about the pineal gland being the third eye, the pineal gland is already operating in every human to some extent. It's already operating. Now, what we're talking about mainly is, are we experiencing things outside of our regular perception? That's a different question. And I don't think that has to do with the pineal gland. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't say I coach on third eye activation, but I do coach on like perceiving one's own innate abilities, right? Or intuition. Yeah. I don't relate with the experience of like something popping open and then now all of a sudden I could see entities. It wasn't like that for me. It never has been. My progression in what I would perceive was very like systematic and sometimes painful in a way that I wasn't making the progress that I wanted, but I kept at it. You know, it was like working out for me. I think there's a number of different ways too that people could potentially see I don't like these terms. You'll see me, if you see me hesitant right now, it's because some of the terms I don't resonate with very well, like aura. I don't like that term. But like seeing the field around somebody, you can see it in different ways. You can see it with mind's eye. You can see it with other things. You can see it with a physical sight too, which I believe visual snow has a big part to play in that, which I've talked about before. Yeah, so it like depends on what we're talking about and how you're trying to see something. But I don't recommend people anymore to just assume that what they perceive in their mind's eye or any other type of spiritual type of experience, to assume that it's true. Try to find objective things to measure up against. And even then, don't assume that it's true. So even my Finland experience, it's like, yeah, I learned this objective information I was able to verify, but do I assume that I actually spoke with a being? No, because I don't have a way to measure that. That might have just been my mind's way of interpreting information, you know? So like, you're not going to hear me claim that I came back and and spoke with like an archangel or some shit like that. Not going to happen. Then we just like build religion, you know, if it's stuff that we can't verify. And I don't want to do that. What do you think of sleep paralysis? A few days ago, I had one. Oh man, not visual. You hear voices sound like real ones yet. I always think that's how schizophrenia must feel like. Yeah, I don't know. Like when I've seen schizophrenia, I've had trippy experiences like within sleep paralysis, wild stuff. It never felt though like how schizophrenic simulations that I've seen, it never quite felt like that. It was always more measured and like controlled. But I think sleep paralysis could be kind of a gateway to different types of experiences, lucid dreams, what we've called astral projection. Do I objectively think though, when somebody's astral projecting, that an aspect of them is leaving their physical body and going to another place? I don't know. I don't know that yet. I know it can feel like that, but do I objectively think that? No, I don't know. And sleep paralysis could potentially be a gateway into those sorts of experiences. What it is, not sure. Is it just in the mind, just a construct in the mind, or something else? Don't know. Don't know. Is there a word for the shadows and movements you see when you've been awake for too long? Have you experienced this? I'm not sure, Grant. You have to elaborate a little bit. What types of things are people seeing when that happens? Have you had that happen before? That's curious. I woke up, so Yancey, you woke up on Christmas Day. You could see your girlfriend face, and your mind just had images all day long. Oh, you can remember dreams but not picture them after the. So you're talking about mind's eye. Hey, Yancey. Yeah, sorry I didn't get to your answer, your question quick enough because you got to go back to work. But yeah, that's cool. I don't know why that would have popped open like that for you in one specific day. What I'd ask somebody in your position is like, can you identify anything around that time that happened for you, you know? Yeah, stories. All of that, but one very big important part of me is meditation. Yeah, just to cherry pick one from all the good topics you mentioned. Yep. Meditation's huge. It helps with everything. It helps with mood, stress. It helps with the body's functions. It helps with all the stuff we're talking about with more of that extrasensory stuff. It's huge. It was like working out. Yeah, it really was. Not having a lazy brain equals progress. Sure. It really was, man. Like some things would come, like even if something opened up for me out of nowhere, like some sort of perception, it would take work to learn how to get to again. And I still haven't gotten some of the stuff that I aim at. So, oh, and yeah, you said that the fact that she confirmed all that is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And that's what I try to look for within those those ESP type experiences is, can I objectively measure what I just experienced? And oftentimes you can. Oftentimes you can. It's just I don't treat the things that I can't objectively measure, I don't treat them with very much weight because I don't have a way, like I have no intention of creating religion or like faith ideas, you know? Just believe me, like no thanks. What I do want to do within those topics is like teach people how to perceive different things and then let them run with it, let them play with it. But what they do with it is their own choice. You know, I hope people don't want to make a cult of false ideas based on their meditative visions. That's happened quite enough, I think. But like measurable stuff, absolutely. Let's go. Let's explore. Let's figure out what can be objective and what, you know, what the limits of the mind are. Yeah. Yeah, my last stream, I told tons of stories on it, and I was kind of nervous to do it because it's like it was more formal. And part of me, I just have to get over like what people think to an extent. I think most content creators have to deal with that to varying degrees at certain points of their journey, right? So for me, it's like, yeah, just got to get over that part of it. Yeah. What people think, like, not even necessarily what people think. It's like the controversial or repercussive aspect of that stuff. That's what I have to get over. Because I'm like, yo, we got to grow up, man. We got to explore this stuff. My hot take on physics right now is like, I think physics is going to be totally stuck in loopholes of nothing until we actually look at some of those phenomenon more closely. Like it's a huge thing in the physics community right now that it's just, they're hitting all these dead ends. The reproducibility crisis is adding a whole nother layer on top of that. So I think we're looking in the wrong areas. I think there's, in the modern world, in the modern Western world, we've written off some common human experiences that we really need to dig into. For instance, thinking of someone before they text or call. Most humans on the planet have had that experience. And we have just been completely uninterested as to why that happens. I'm like, yo, I want to know why that's happening and what the mechanisms are, you know? I don't want to argue anymore about if it's happening or not. We already know it's happening a lot. And in my own life, it's like become reproducible. Oftentimes I can feel when a family member is going to send me a text or a call. I'm like, oh, they're thinking of me. I look, and sure enough. So what is that? Let's not argue. Let's not continue arguing if it's even happening and dismissing stuff as just coincidence. It's like, no, let's figure out why. I talked about last time water boiling, like my last stream. It's not on record. I messed the recording up, so it's not on my channel, unfortunately. But I talked about water boiling. To me, it's like we may not understand how the water is boiling, but it's clear that it's boiling. But it seems like mainstream is still just arguing if water is boiling or not. And I'm like, it's totally counterproductive. It doesn't make any sense to me. At your best when you had a lot of time to meditate and try out different techniques, I too made a lot of progress. Yeah. One of the coolest things was you could feel energy physically. It got to a point where, oh, you got cut off. I could move very little, very, very light things without touching them like paper. And I've never been good at that skill. I know friends that have done that. I've done it a few times. Hang on. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. I got one of those, you know. Ta-da! Can I make it move? No. I've tried. I mean, can I? Sure. I'm not going to say I can't. I won't say I can't. I'm still working on it. Have I done it? Not really yet. I've done it outside of a jar. But could that be wind? Yeah. It could have been the wind. It was still kind of cool though. But then like something like this that's clearly, you know, a wind deterrent. No, I haven't had success with it yet. I've seen people do it though. I've seen people do it. I'm like, doesn't science want to know? Doesn't science want to know? Or do they just want to keep acting like the water's not boiling, man? It drives me crazy. I want to know, dude. I want to know if it's possible. I mean, not even necessarily that it's possible because I've seen it. I want to know why it's possible, why it's happening. I'm like past the water boiling conversation. What I mean by that is people like skeptics and mainstream, a lot of times the attitude is like, that stuff can't be happening. It's impossible. And I'm like, it's as if we're watching a pot boil water, but somebody that doesn't understand how water's boiling is still arguing that water can't boil. And I'm like, dude, look, the water's boiling. You know. What's your experience with law of assumption and attraction? So I've had quite a bit of experience with my own version of this. I tend to think a lot of what is passed around is missing a big component of it, which is why you see like a lot of influencers around the space that have their course on it, but I don't hear a lot of results. I don't hear a lot of like, if it is how it's being framed, like law of attraction and that sort of thing, then everybody that takes the course should have everything they ever wanted, or a high number of them, right? So what is it? What is it that's the missing component to how that conversation is usually approached versus what actually gets results for people? How the conversation is usually approached doesn't yield very good results for me. I feel like there's some missing components in the larger conversation that probably the people that are good at it, that are making courses that they personally do see good results from, they're probably doing, but don't know how to put it into words or teach it. For instance, there's this sense when I've had very successful manifestation concepts like this happen. Could it be coincidence? Yes. I never really write that off. But were they very dynamic in what I was trying to, and very low odds? Yeah. You know, like one time I had just moved to Seattle and I got this survey in the mail, which was asking about my age, my profession, and how much technology I use. I don't remember who even was doing it. I think it was like Seattle City Light or something. But they had this contest. If you submitted the questionnaire, you'd be submitted to a drawing to win, like, I don't remember, a couple $100 or something. And I was like, I've never won anything in my life like this. Let's try, you know? Let me try to do my thing. And so what I did was, as I finished it, I was about to pop it in the mailbox. I was sitting in my car. And I did this kind of action. This has way too much context for me to describe right now. But I did this action where I pushed the outcome. You could consider it like I pushed the code of winning the contest into the reality around me, is the best way I could concisely talk about it. So I pushed it I felt it permeating my space, my reality. And I went, all right, let's see what happens. I popped it in the mail. Come to find out, I won. I was 6 of 2,000 people. So 6 people won out of 2,000 entries, over 2,000 entries. And I won. Not bad. Not bad. Other times I've done that were like, I remember I had this solar sales job and me and my partner hadn't made any sales yet. And it was kind of, you know, it can be exhausting to go door to door and not get anything going. And so I went out one morning and I went, all right, I'm going to shift this thing. Like, we'll see what happens. I'm going to try. Same sort of process. And I thought somebody that wanted it before, that didn't end up buying it then, they will book us and we'll meet them today. I hadn't met them yet. And then somebody else, and they will book us. We'll get our first 2 bookings. Same kind of thing, felt it push out into the reality around me. Guess what happened that day? Exactly the 2 scenarios that I had framed, right? So now, let's not argue whether or not water boils. Something happened, right? That was observable in my reality, in my experience. Let's figure out why it happened. I don't know why it happens. I don't know what's happening exactly. I want to know. I want to understand. That could be coincidence. That could be precognition. Understanding, knowing something before it happens. That could be whatever, you know? That could be maybe reality is a construct and you have the ability to code it. But yeah, those are some of my experiences with that concept. But it doesn't function for me like everybody talks about it functioning. Like just visualizing an outcome never did anything for me. It had to have that extra component that I was alluding to. That's how you feel about scopaesthesia. I forget what scopaesthesia is. What is that? It's not coming to me. Scopaesthesia. Oh yeah, sense of being stared at. Yeah. Well, Stephen, that's a great example, dude. Can it be all the above? Yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be everything working together, right? It could be a measure of coincidence. It could be a measure of reality coding. It could be a measure of precognition. Yep, totally. We shouldn't rule that out either. Scopaesthesia is funny, dude. Like this one, we've probably all heard this at this point, but agencies know that scopisthesia is a real effect. And they train their agents to not stare at people if they're tailing somebody, because the person being stared at is exponentially more likely to turn around and see the tail. So if you're tailing somebody, like a private investigator knows this as well, do not look at the person. Don't stare at the person. Why? Water's boiling here, guys. Water's boiling, but the mainstream conversation is still trying to like gaslight everybody and go, water's not boiling. It's impossible. And it drives me nuts. I'm like, yo. And that's why I joined my brands together, because that conversation, we need to grow up and have it. Because physics is going to be completely stuck. Like, I want to understand the mechanism why scopisthesia happens. You know? And certain agencies have not cared why, have not cared if something's impossible. They just care if it works. And that's why they still call finders. There's agencies that still call finders to help track down people. And it's like, all right, we're just going to keep circling this conversation, arguing if water's boiling or not. I'm not about it. I want to figure out why. What's one of your tools, Boza? I missed that. Honestly, I feel like one of the things you should start working on is just applying the gifts you have to work practically, because just being hyperphantasia is actually one of not the biggest keys to unlocking so many gifts. Like deciding to have an experience like the one you just had in Finland. Yeah, but you know, that Finland one, I couldn't necessarily classify it as hyperphantasia. It was very immersive, but it wasn't super detailed. So it didn't have like the classic markings of hyperphantasia. I don't know. You might have to come up with a different name for it or something, but it was like, it was an immersive stage, but it didn't have all the detail. Like the scene, when I was talking to that being, the scene was very, very it was almost like being above the earth. And have you seen like pictures of the atmosphere from orbit? It was kind of like that. It was like a vague round shape with a vague color. And that was it. And then the individual itself was more detailed, but so it wasn't like fully hyperphantasic. And I would say it didn't also have like some of the tactile sensations that are common with hyperphantasia. For me. Yeah. Scopisthesia, man, I'm still on that. That is such a big one. Yeah, that sense of being stared at is wild. You could do this experiment like for yourself, you know, in your own reference, especially if you're on the fence of things being real or not, is give yourself 20 times where you're out in public and you choose somebody to stare at that isn't clearly busy also, because if they're clearly like on their laptop, then the odds of them turning around are slimmer. But like you choose somebody to stare at and see how long it takes them to turn around and look at you, and keep it on your phone or something, and just let it have that be a point of wonder, you know, have it be like what's happening, as opposed to just the mainstream conversation being so staunch about none of that stuff being real. It's like, well, if it wasn't real, agencies like the FBI and CIA and private investigators all over the planet wouldn't understand that this is a real effect that they need to avoid. So maybe we'll have to do some study. Like we'll have to look at some studies together. Because I just ran across, I was just Googling scopaesthesia, right? And I ran across one of Rupert Sheldrake's, one of his articles in the Journal of Scientific Exploration. I think that journal, I don't know if it's peer reviewed. What made you more open-minded despite being very non-woo-woo is by having a realization that reality in itself is just incredibly strange. True. Yeah. It is strange. Thrown into the existence, find causes and explanation for things. Once we do, those things become mundane to us. Yeah. Yeah, color is bizarre. Color's bizarre. Everything is bizarre. Everything is bizarre, man. You hit the nail on the head. Reality is so bizarre. What even is color? Besides knowing that color arises from, you know, a certain area of the electromagnetic spectrum, it's bizarre. Why do we experience color in that way? Same with remote viewing. If it wasn't real, it would not be used in the Army. Dude, the Army, the Navy, NSA, some of that stuff is hard to find. But if you talk to people that are actually in those programs, they'll be able to tell you. I've been lucky to talk with a few. I would like to talk to more. But yeah, Army used it for a long time. And they still have, I think they still have programs running. I guess I'm coming from the old perspective, the same perspective that led to all my past growth, like meditation's foundation. That's how you're looking at hyperphantasia. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things like I would encourage you not to put a hard line on some of that, because some of like, especially if you're interested more in the ESP stuff, some of it can operate just fine without being super vivid. And you can have real dynamic things happen as a hypophantasic and an aphantasic, I think, too. I haven't really worked with anybody, though, that was experiencing aphantasia that also wanted to work on their intuition stuff. So that would be interesting. Yeah, I wonder if there's any public information on current remote viewing programs in whether the Army or whatever. I know they have public information that they did have, but do they have any on current programs? I tried doing remote viewing live last session. I got some things. I'm being too hard on myself if I was to say I totally missed the mark. I got some things right. It just wasn't very good. I wanted to like knock everything out of the park, obviously, because it's like in front of people, but whatever. It's all a process of practicing and learning, right? I'm going to keep an eye on the chat and I will just kind of share what I'm looking at just for fun. Feel free to ask more questions too, guys, if you have anything to come to mind. Oh, cool. So this paper that I just pulled up from Sheldrake, if you don't know who Rupert Sheldrake is, he's a researcher, author. I forget the fields that he was a doctorate in, but he's been doing quite a lot of research on extrasensory stuff. I don't even like calling it extrasensory because it's all operating within some kind of sense, right? I guess we mean extra 5 sensory, like 5 physical main senses, but so he's been a big voice in this community, in this pushing for this conversation to have some room to be had. His banned TED Talk on the Dogmas of Science is fantastic, by the way. Fantastic. Even before watching that, I was already on that train. And he put to words so well just everything I had felt about that. How science can get so dogmatic sometimes. So let's see, sense of being stared at. Scopaesthesia, very common, and its existence is supported by experimental evidence. However, it contravenes the standard scientific assumption dating back to Kepler's discovery of retinal images in 1604. I thought the 6 was upside down or something. That vision involves only the inward movement of light, intromission, but not the outward movement of images or attention, extromission. From this point of view, scopaesthesia is impossible. Yet, well, see, actually, I would even say to Sheldrake here, not necessarily impossible. You know, I don't think scopaesthesia requires some form of extromission. I think it could actually be something involved without physical sight. So I think the same effect could happen without physical sight being involved. From this point of view, scopaesthesia is impossible. Yet, paradoxically, the conventional explanation of virtual images in mirrors is still based on Euclid's 300 BC extromission theory. And most people implicitly believe in visual extromission, which could help provide a basis for scopaesthesia. He's right there. It could help provide a basis for scopaesthesia, for sure. If scopaesthesia depends only on the detection of another's attention, it could conceivably be a scalar phenomenon. With a magnitude, but not a direction. True. Analogous to telephone telepathy, which, yeah, in which people feel who is calling but do not know where they are. In this case, scopaesthesia would tell us little about the nature of vision, but if scopaesthesia is normally directional, enabling those stared at to be able to detect the direction from which the look is coming. Oh. Man, I just saw a mosquito, dude. They eat me up out here. I'm like not stoked that mosquito's trying to feast again. No, spare me. Thought it. Sorry, I'll try not to get super distracted by potentially getting eaten alive. He's got a point. Because scopaesthesia does have directionality, right? Scopaesthesia typically is tied in with the direction, like a directional awareness. But a scope, yeah. It would be more like a vector phenomenon. Good point, Sheldrake. With both magnitude and direction, and would provide evidence for visual extromission. Experimental tests of scopaesthesia have so far been devoted. You know what's funny though? I've seen this happen before. Where let's say I'm not staring at a person, but I put my intention on them, my attention on them. Sometimes they'll start to kind of seemingly respond. Mosquito. But there's no direction. So they do kind of, you know, it could be something that they're aware of subtly, but not directionally. This is I like this idea though that he presents here, that scopaesthesia, because typically it comes with like a direction where somebody will look in that direction, is fairly good proof for extromission. Interesting idea. Here we examine the natural history of the phenomena based on a collection of 960 case histories collected over 25 years involving both humans and non-human animals. This collection includes more than 80 interviews with surveillance officers, detectives, martial arts teachers, celebrity photographers, wildlife photographers, and hunters who have extensive experience of watching people or non-human animals. That's a good way to approach this. That's a great way to approach this, interviewing these types of people. In 466, 49% of the cases, directional effects were explicit. That's wild. In that the person or animal looked or responded by turning and looking back. I got distracted by the bug. In most of the other cases, directional effects were not mentioned, usually because they were general statements lacking in detail. In online surveys, including a survey of a group of skeptics, the great majority of respondents said that they had experienced directional scopisthesia. We conclude that this finding supports the idea that minds are extended beyond brains. Well, that's a big jump. Huh. That's a big jump. And that this, I actually think that too, but just to pop that sentence in there was interesting to me out of seemingly nowhere. No, the mosquitoes got my scent, bro. We quote from more than 40 case histories and in the online supplementary material, make the entire collection of 960 cases available. Oh, cool. They actually made the data available. I love that. That's what I want to do with all my write-ups and stuff too. I'm just going to read the abstract. I'm not going to read the full thing right now. It's got some diagrams and stuff. This is good. It's good study. Huh. You know what I'd be interested, because I too want to see, like, methodology-wise, even studies that I carry out in the future within this sort of structure or this sort of idea. I'm curious how the methodologies stack up to reproduction studies that showed a negative result, if there are any. Which, let's look. I'm going to save this one though. And research. How would I word this? Negative results for scopisthesia? Let's see the Google AI overview first. These experiments often involve participants guessing whether or not they're being looked at. I mean, I think, yeah, okay. Let's keep reading. Whoa there, Alec. Let's just read for a second. And consistently failed to demonstrate statistically significant psi belief or ability to accurately detect staring. Aim to investigate the feeling of being stared at. That's an old study. 1890s? Correlation with belief. I found negative correlation between beliefs in psi and a participant's score. That to me is even more interesting, because if the belief in psi makes the statistical significance arise, that's even crazier. That means that believing it's possible makes it possible. Unless it's just talking about like a subjective reporting, you know? Well, then that's obvious. But what if belief in psi makes your scopaesthetic awareness stronger? And what if disbelief inside make it weaker? That would be wild. That would be wild. We need to study that. We need to study that. Sense of being stared at can often be explained by other mundane factors, physiological reactions, small air movements. Bruh. Misinterpreted as somebody looking at you. I mean, you know, it can be, sure. Social cues, somebody's body language, personal experience, recurring coincidences, and past experiences can influence the perception of being stared at. Experimental bias. So experimental bias is a real thing. That's a big deal, right? But that's why I want to know the methodologies. I want to know, is the scientific process within any given study that has a positive or negative result, is it sound? Is it objective as possible? I like this topic. It's really interesting. I want to try to find a study with negative results that's not from the 1890s. You know? Maybe this unusual traffic. Oh, Rupert Sheldrake. Rupert, I like your work, but I'm not going to look at it just right now because we know where you stand on it. Experiments with known negative. It has been mentioned that experimenters with known negative or dismissive attitudes towards a phenomenon will differ their in their conclusions. Will differ in their conclusions. Let's take a look at this real quick. Sense of being stared at has been reported to have been experienced by between. Okay, I'm just trying to see. This then followed with a special issue which presented the views of critics to such research, in which Sheldrake was invited to present his own views. Let's be critical. Let's be critical. Let's just not be dismissive. Let's make sure our scientific process is sound. Oh, 1898 though. Vancouver. So this is saying he revived the research recently, right? As like 1994, 2003. And then it's listing these ancient studies, man. I don't want to base something off of this far back. 1898 and 1913 found no evidence to support this commonly reported phenomenon. Where's like a current study, you know? Where's a current study? First came a Dutch study. Okay, here we go. Maybe let's see. Correct identification of staring occurred significantly more than non-staring. All right. 1959. 2 student projects, significant staring effects. 1978, 1983. what's crazy to me, like, I have a bias. I'm aware of this bias that I feel like the overly skeptical viewpoint on this is so quick to accuse studies by Sheldrake and others of having bad methodologies, but very few of those places are willing to reproduce the study and the methodology. But they're very quick to say it's not real, it's not true, and to make it sound like it's a done deal, a done case. But I'm like, I want to find a study that has some negative results. It's not really mentioning them in here. What is this? Let's see what happened in 2007 to 16. Undergraduate studies. Progress of the project has been presented. Field study published in the Skeptical Inquirer. Here we go. Here we go. You definitely trust that belief is a factor because belief could lead to more active use of this about. Yeah, right? That's what I was saying. And that's even crazier. That's even crazier to me. That belief could activate the latent ability, potentially. Or cause the reality to come to be, you know? That's trippy, if that were the case. That'd be really cool to study, actually. Be really cool to study. Search on the page for keyword. Okay. I want to read this part here because I think think this mentions it, but I will do that. Despite the fact that parapsychologists maintain people are sensitive to being stared at, most of the research in this area has not involved asking people if they're aware of being stared at, but has, curiously, monitored subtle, sub-threshold physiological differences between being stared at, staring periods and non-staring periods. True. I could see that being an issue. I could see that being a thing. But to me, that doesn't negate a study's findings if they are only measuring like subtle sub-threshold differences, right? Like if somebody starts looking around where they were not doing that before, wouldn't that still be interesting to keep in mind, you know, to factor in? Must be very weak and insignificant because it's not like most people would be conscious of that. It's not like if you're being tailed and you look right at your tail like an FBI agent. It's not like consciously most of us are going, I bet somebody's looking at me and I bet it's right over there. You know? That doesn't typically happen with these scenarios. Usually somebody just goes right for it. There's no conscious process. So I would rather reproduce the actual effect that we're observing as in a non-conscious, an unconscious response versus a conscious response versus I am or I'm not. I am or I'm not. That doesn't make sense to me to measure it up against a conscious response because that would mean to be able to detect if you're being stared at, you'd have to have that skill be refined to that point. But I haven't really heard of stories like that. This is the problem with skeptical methodology sometimes. It doesn't make sense to like pull a phenomenon outside of its like framework and then try to, it doesn't make sense. Okay, let me search. People who are cognitively focused will never, under normal circumstances, attend such weak Yeah, and what he's saying here, this is what I was saying. You wouldn't want to try this at a cafe if somebody's like on their computer. But it's a lesser degree, but I have had people do that to me where they're busy with something else and I'll stare at them and I'll engage with their field, so to speak. There's lots to that. But I'll stare at them and then they will turn and look at me. So I have seen that happen. So will never under normal circumstances. That's a wide assumption here. Showing that people are not aware they're being stared at is a demonstration of common sense. Let's see. Negative. Not finding anything. Negative. Any ideas? Negative. Is it even working? Oh. Oh, there we go. So here's the thing that I've seen with Sheldrake's work before. Because Sheldrake argues that Baker, in his first formal effort to test the claim of scopaesthesia, actually obtained positive results consistent with such abilities, despite claiming null findings. This has been a problem before. There was a study that Sheldrake did. This is why I want to do my own. I don't want to keep talking about other people's work. It's fine, but man, I got to do my own stuff more. I just got to work up to it. But there was a study where they were trying to measure this dog that could seemingly tell when their owner was going to come home. And in Sheldrake's study, they had a camera set up to record every time the dog came to the door when their owner was away. And in Sheldrake's data, they removed the times where a reason for the dog to go to the door was obvious. For instance, a squirrel that was recorded outside, or somebody walking their dog out front that the dog wanted to go bark at. Right? So reasonably, Sheldrake removed those scenarios. What we want to know is unprovoked. How often does the dog go to the door? When, and does it correlate with when an owner is going to get home? That makes more sense. Of course, if a squirrel's walking outside or another dog is being walked or a school kid or like a group of school kids goes by, of course the dog is going to go to the door. And that shouldn't be factored into the data, right? If we were being objective. So Sheldrake runs their study and finds a significant statistical finding that the dog goes to the door when the owner has the randomized alert to come home. It might have even been the same Baker guy, but a skeptic group did the study as well. But when they crunched their numbers, they refused to exclude the times where the dog went to the door for an obvious reason, like a squirrel. And their interpretation of the data after that was, see, the dog always goes to the door. And I'm like, but you know that a school kid was passing or someone was walking a dog. Why did you include that data into the statistic? And they're like, well, because you have to. And I'm like, no, that's exactly the point of the study. Like, you can't run the study correctly if you include that data point. But guess what made it to the news, right? His skeptic study made it to the news saying, oh, skeptic proves wrong psychic research. And it's like, no. He included data that should have never been included in there. How's that fair? You know? It's not. Let's see what it says here. Where is the evidence they are more sensitive than most? Baker's own response begs the question why he did not take such participants and test them further. That's another problem with skeptic research. I'm all good. Like, I like being skeptical about stuff. We should be, but let's be objective, you know? And like, especially if you're not including the full data or the correct data that the original study did, like, and then finding one thing that isn't the correct data set and then just refusing to pursue it any further because they've already had their, you know, they've already, man, like skepticism can be a problem, but it can also be very healthy, obviously, you know? Like, I don't mean to say be a dupe, right? I would ask everybody to be skeptical of even my work in a healthy form, right? Be skeptical, yeah, be critical in your thought, but don't be dogmatic and don't be exclusive, like exclusionary of or dismissive. That's the problem, you know? That's the real problem. Oh, wrong, false. Let me see. False claims of their abilities. That's the only time that pops up. Oh, that took me pretty much back to where I was. Sunset over here. This is talking about like a field study where people were recorded. And plus, skepticism also does serve a good purpose, critical thought, in like wading through some of the woo. Like I'm pretty trippy, you know, but I like to try to come at it from a scientific standpoint of what can we measure and my own experiences, like how can I explain them? Or can I measure objectively information that I perceived, right? What I don't enjoy is some of the spiritual conversation devolving into I spoke with this alien being and they told me in a meditation that you must give me $3,000 and all of your enlightenment goals will be reached, right? Or whatever bullshit. That's what I'm not cool with. And that's where skepticism is very, very useful and important, right? Or like, even if somebody's fully convinced in themselves that they had an experience, so in other words, not that they're trying to con anybody, but they're fully convinced that they had an experience. If they're not careful and they try to pass it off as fact, then it just becomes religion because other people haven't had that experience or meditation vision. So it's like, yeah, skepticism helps in that sense too. Like not just getting sucked into ideas that didn't originate from you in the first place. And can't be proven, you know, at all. But it's like stuff like this, scopaesthesia, this could totally be proven. Waited for a subtle stare. Stand there for a sufficient period of time. Seat themselves on a bench. A control condition was included. So this is like measuring people that get a camera put on them. Oh yeah, yeah. Good catch, Boza. Yeah, I read it more as you said is, but you totally didn't. You said that's why it can be a problem, not it is. It is a problem. Yeah. Me too. Me too. See, what's funny about these studies, though, like these studies are still trying to figure out if the water's boiling, right? To still try to prove that the water's boiling. And that's what I was saying earlier. Like, I'm just internally, for me personally, I'm past that point. I'm like, dude, I've seen water boil enough times. Let's like figure out why, right? And then in this field study, it's like using the self-judging protocol that they came up with, 26% of people displayed behavior which could be considered a reaction to the stare condition, while 6% appeared to stare in the stare's direction without during the no stare condition. So much lower percentage of somebody that stares in their direction without no stare versus 26% in this person's field study that would respond to the stare condition. Filming was to take place in the same manner. Flip a coin, determining the stare condition. In this case, Chris Rowe reviewed and judged the footage. A fidgeting scale was also employed. That's smart. Zero reaction. 0 means no reaction. 5 means full turn and apparent identification of the stare. Ooh, this is so interesting. I'm glad you guys brought this up. Any thoughts? I'm just like kind of in study mode here. We're just hanging out, chilling together. I might call it a night soon. I'm getting kind of hungry. Dang, it's 7 o'clock already? I've been streaming 4 hours? What? For those of you hanging out with me all afternoon, you're troopers. I hope it's been interesting for you, valuable. Further 100, let's see, I just want to know what the outcome of this was real quick. Shopping, even so, 100 participants eventually gathered for the second phase. Impervious to any outside awareness, such as a stare. Let me. You think it's reality about humans, and it applies to science as well. If you want to disprove an accepted narrative, you'll have to provide evidence beyond any doubt just to be taken seriously. Yeah. Yeah, and it's what's kind of crazy is within these topics, these taboo topics that are so vehemently denied, it's like the expectation, and I guess it's okay, but the expectation of like what's considered viable evidence is so much higher, right? But I feel like that expectation is only there because of our current like framework of accepted reality. Whereas I don't feel like certain cultures in the planet that have an easier time with things outside of our natural space would have a hard time believing that this is a thing or accepting the data that is found, right? Oh, I'm hungry. Might be time to call it. Let's get through this study and then we'll call it. The independent judge, Chris Rowe, then assessed the footage. All participants were scored. A typical scoring. First 20 seconds. I'm just curious what you found, man. Following 20 seconds. This is an interesting way to do it, though. I like it. This is like, I like this. I actually thought of doing a field study like this myself. Because I don't think it's fair to do a sense of being stared at study with somebody trying to, click when they are being stared at or not. Unless their ability is really refined, like that's taking the phenomenon out of its natural habitat. That's like trying to study a beaver in a I don't know, in a building, whatever I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? You've taken the beaver out of the dam, It's not going to build a dam if it's not in the river. There. 100% the water boiling figure of speech is on the money, yeah. Dude, water's boiling, bro. That's why I'm saying that all the time. The why and the how, yeah. So Boza, you and I are like less on the fence of like, is it happening? It's like, no, it's happening. Let's figure out the why and the how. All these studies trying to figure out if it's happening. To me, I'm just like, it's redundant. Like, no, let's figure out why it's happening. Only 42 trials were correctly identified as a staring condition by the judge out of 100. MCE, what is that? MCE, is that? What acronym is that? What acronym is that? Is that chance, mean chance or something? Is that what that's talking about? All of the participants who did receive a fidgeting reaction score were further analyzed, thus accounting for 44 suitable participants. However, the result again demonstrated no significant difference in scoring between staring and non-staring trials. Finally, all fidgeting scores between 4 and 5, direct hit or confirmed stare, were analyzed to see if the high scores were, I think it's talking about chance. Like chance, like you are being stared at or you're not. Should be 50%. Right? Only 3 were correctly identified as the staring trial. I mean, hey, this is what's good. Like this is a well done study, and they found a negative result, or they found something that didn't at least. Is MC what I think it is? I want to find that out. MCE. Am I missing something? Is this like completely obvious that I'm just missing? I think it's talking about the chance, right? Right. I'm curious though, like why are they considering 44% out of 100 not a significant finding though? I'm so confused by that. I like that they brought in an objective judge. That's a really good call for that study, to judge the footage. Now, what I'd be curious about is how objective is that judge, right? I'd like to see more judges. I'd like to see some skeptic judges, and I'd like to see some proponent judges, and then I'd also like to see some neutral judges. Null hypothesis retained. Interesting. See, this is what I wanted to know. But I do have questions here like 44% or 42% having a hit rate. Why are they saying that's, I'll have to read it better, but why are they saying that's not significant? Because to me, that's highly significant. Are they measuring against the 50% hit rate of being stared at or not? Anyway, well, guys, I think I've always wanted to do this on a stream, like get into some studies, and this was fun. We just kind of naturally flowed into it. If you think this is cool, I don't know, let me know. Like just kind of hanging and doing some studies like this, reviewing some stuff. Because we could get into all sorts of research topics, and especially if I ever start doing like longer streams, like 5, 6, 7 hours. You know, going through studies like this would be really, really cool, I feel like. Look at it from mathematical or scientific view. For something to be proven as factually, it has to provide the same or very high result on a high basis. Yeah, I don't know if that's what it's talking about though. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, you'd want ideally, like if 100 of the same trial was run, you'd want it to be to have a hit rate or to have like a significant finding a certain amount of the time, right? There's p-values and stuff for that. Because if 100 different groups try this study 100 different times, and you only have one study out of the 100 that finds a statistical significance, that's an issue, right? But if you have 70 of those studies find statistical significance, and that's good. That's a positive finding. That supports the positive hypothesis, not the null. I don't know the lingo very well. I'm going to read through this one more actually once we're done. Pretty interesting stuff. I'll post it for you guys too. Why not? Because we're all looking at it together. Well, everyone, whether you're joining now or later, that didn't work. There it is. There, that's the study. That second one. Whether you've joined for the whole stream, you've been here a couple minutes, you're catching me after, I hope you had a good time. I had a blast. Thank you guys. Go to my website. Those tools are all live now. You can find them all under the research tab. They're also on the research page if you click there. But here are these new tools. This is some good stuff. This is stuff that I have high hopes for. You and any family members that want to participate and help the research along would be fantastic. I would really appreciate it. I will have a full test battery coming soon. I just got to figure out what hypotheses I want to put to the study and how many iterations I want to release, and then have a landing page and a sign-up process. But that'll be coming out pretty soon. I'd say maybe in the next month. Thank you for joining, Buzza. Yeah, great to have you. And thanks for bouncing off the whole time. And it's fun to have some interaction during the streams and stuff. So we'll be doing some more stuff. I got a lot of changes coming, a lot of stuff coming up, guys. So awesome. Well, everyone, been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to eat some dinner. It's getting dark. I don't know if you could tell, but much love. Thanks for joining. All right. Talk soon. Bye.